Welcome back, Truth Seeker. It is Wednesday, March 6th, 2024, and this might be the last TFR broadcast ever. And tonight it's not actually going to be going out on Truth Frequency Radio because tonight, for the first time, my login doesn't work. And I find this so weird because just last Thursday, a day after doing TFR, Lucky reached out to me and let me know I was the only person on the network who still had access to the network to do a live show. And I did talk about that in a stream on YouTube this past week. And now this week, what do you know? My login doesn't work anymore either. So I guess nobody is broadcasting live on TFR as of now. And that said, it's just going to give me more motivation towards the new project. We launched the podcast this week, Wake the Fuck Up Radio, and it remains to be seen if we'll stick with that name because right now I can't get it on iHeartRadio. I can't get it on iTunes. I can't get it on Google Podcasts. I do have it up in other places, including Spotify, but those other three are rejecting it, and I still can't figure out why. So I'm thinking maybe it's the name of the show. I'm pretty sure Mark Maron's What the Fuck is on iTunes, but I think he also titles it WTF. So anyway, also tonight, I'd like to do some giveaways. I was doing some spring cleaning and I found out I had a box with a few remaining hoodies in it. These have been in a box. They've never been worn. They're larger sizes though. So you'd only be interested in this if you're a bigger person, like, broad shoulders, heavier set, tall. This is your size here. These are 2XLs. 2XL hoodie. If that's for you, we'll be doing some giveaways with those tonight. I have some copies of, again, shout out to Ann. Ann's put my book, or the first 10 chapters of my first book, Letters and Numbers, together in a 2-part series. And you can buy it on Amazon. She sent me a box of them to promote it, to let people know it's out there. And I'll be doing some signed copies of these tonight. I'll send you both parts. I'll send you, because that's how she has it. She divided the first 10 chapters of my first book into 2 sections. And like I said, I'm not making any money off these. And I gave her permission to do it just to help get the work out there because nobody really buys my books anyway. And it's just another way to help out another truth seeker in the community who's trying to help get my work out there further. So it seemed like a win-win to do it that way. And she's not the first person I've let sell my book in the past either. So say what you will about yours truly, but I've always let other people sell my own book on eBay, all kinds of places, just to get the word out there. So we'll be giving some of those away. I have a box full of them, so I have several. And then the biggest item tonight to give away is a brand new Blue Yeti mic and the pop filter that goes with it. And who that's going to go to, though, is somebody that really wants to become a recurring member of the podcast. And there is one little caveat to this giveaway tonight. We're also going to raise a little bit of funds. So to qualify for a hoodie, you have to make at least a $5 donation tonight. And that's a pretty good deal because these cost $50 to print. And they are high quality material. I still wear my hoodie. I've been wearing it for years, and it's still in great condition. You wash it on the inside out, the logo will stay strong. But minimum $5 donation to get a hoodie. Minimum $5 donation to win 2 of the autographed books. And if you want the mic, I'm going to make it a little bit more of a minimum contribution, $20. And that gives you the pop filter, which costs about $20 alone, plus the mic, which is costing a lot more. But here's how this is going to work. There's multiple ways to donate. I'll put up the ways to donate. I'll let you know when I'm saying that that's enough entrants. We won't allow more than $500 worth of entrants tonight, and I doubt we'll get that many. But yeah, I'd like to get all this stuff out there. And for example, if you donate $5, it'll be like 1 raffle ticket. If you donate $20, it'll be like 4. But in addition to making the donation, I also want you to shoot over an email to gematriaeffectnews@gmail.com and just say, hey, Zach, I'm interested in the 2 books. Hey, Zach, I'm interested in the hoodie. Hey, Zach, here's $20. I really want to get that mic. And, I want to be a recurring member of the new Wake the Fuck Up Radio podcast. So that'll be the giveaway instructions. And then with all that out of the way, I'll put up the link for how to donate in a moment. We got crack their code. Crack their code. I'm going to show you guys how we're going to randomize it too, so you know that it's a random drawing, and I'm just not choosing my favorite people in the raffle. But you know what? I might, depending on how many people, I might have to go out and buy some more mics just to send one out to an Amy at Crack Their Code, because I'd love for Amy to be a recurring member of the podcast. So yeah, Amy's so perfect for this idea, and I'm glad she's leading off the way here. Thank you, Amy. But yes, we're also going to get to the main event. I think about 100 comments were left today that Google allowed through. And out of those 100 comments, 98 asked me to cover Ryan Clark. And, you know, this is such an obvious psyop. Just like Andrew Tate's such an obvious psyop. Just like Tucker Carlson's such an obvious psyop. And realize there's a string here, right? Andrew Tate got famous through his Tucker Carlson interview. And now this connected to Andrew Tate. All of this stuff is just such obvious psyop. And if you learn gematria, you can see through the ritual so perfectly. Here we have the 25-year-old fighter with 25 fights under his belt at the time of this. And we'll get to how it all comes together. It's a joke. Also, we're going to talk about the death of the 25-year-old reality TV. He was a child actor when the show came out. Garrison Brown of Sisters' Wives, about polygamy and the LDS faith. We're going to see how perfectly tied this is with the leader of the LDS church and the Pope. And let's not forget the LDS put a temple next to the Vatican just a handful of years back. Again, it pains me that people in the world do not know about this knowledge, because you just see through everything instantly. So we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about Max Hardy's unexpected death at 40. He's a Detroit celebrity in the food scene. Again, you guys, if you're new here, Max Hardy equals 40, food equals 40. A food guy, Max Hardy, dead right after a big food event in Detroit where a lot of attention was brought to him. And it's just clockwork, you guys. It's just clockwork how this stuff goes on. Getting the song out there, Gematria, the killing name, murder by numbers by the police. We'll talk more about it. Since I put out my video on Thomas Kingston the day the news broke, I've had about 1,000 requests to cover the death of Thomas Kingston. And again, it feels like so hopeless. It's like, how do people continue to ask me to produce content I've already produced when 1,000 times I've explained how to check a YouTube channel for where the videos are, the short feed, the upload feed, the live feed? Not to mention, I've recommended my website 1,000 times to see if I've covered something there, if YouTube's not giving you a notification. It's like I have more people asking me to cover the content than people who've actually watched the video that I put out, that read the blog post I put out. It's just like, how are we ever going to win when people are so lazy? All they do is just wait for something to pop up in their YouTube feed, and if they don't see it, they act like it doesn't exist. It's maddening. It's maddening. Literally more people, I'm not exaggerating, more people have asked me to cover this than have watched the video. Same goes for the death of Mr. Rothschild. And I'm so tired of listening to all the fake truth community say Zionist bankers run the world. They don't, okay? The Rothschilds run the world. No, they don't. Like literally every Rothschild died in a Jesuit ritual. A million people have asked me to cover the death of Jacob Rothschild. I covered it. Again, there's been a post up since it happened, since right after the news broke. Look at when my post was up. From 1 hour, like within an hour of the news breaking, I had a post up. I saw people typing today, Zach, are you going to cover the death of Jacob Rothschild? It's like, well, I put up a video as soon as it happened. I have had a blog post since the news broke. I mean, when are you guys going to learn how to look up information and not wait for your YouTube feed to tell you, oh, there's it's just maddening. People are so lazy. But yes, Jacob Rothschild in gematria equals 87, like the name of his bank, NM Rothschilds and Son, and his death is synced with the 87-year-old Pope. Again, we'll cover this as well. But man, people need to learn how to look up information and not just read what is fed to them through algorithm-controlled feeds. It's just, And we'll talk more about this Angela Chow thing. I did put up a video about her death, but in that video, I forgot to cover the other half of the information I meant to talk about. And then, of course, we'll talk about the mega ritual, literally the mega ritual with Donald Trump and Super Tuesday, and why no doubt next Tuesday. I mean, he's already the guy. He's already the Republican nominee, just like we've said for the last 3 years. He's coming back in a Grover Cleveland ritual. By the way, where's all the haters out there who over the last 3 years have been saying, you're going to be wrong about Trump. He's not going to be it. He's too old. He's in trouble. He's got crimes. I'm like, you guys, this is all the theater show. He's coming back as the next Grover Cleveland. I'm going to show you just how Grover Cleveland it is with Nikki Haley dropping out today. And again, next Tuesday, he's going to get the needed number of primary votes to officially be the guy on the 72nd day of the year, one day before the 11th anniversary of Pope Francis, the first Jesuit Pope. And again, the 72nd day of the year, what's President Trump equal in Gematria? 72. What's Jesuit order equal? 72. That's why you got the first Jesuit Pope on the 72nd day of the year, March 13, 2013. And we've been talking about this Trump 72 pattern for the better part of the last decade now. So here'll be the latest ritual. And let's start where with what everybody cares about today, the psyop. And for all the people who left a comment for me to cover Ryan Garcia today, again, I know you guys want to be up on the information because that's what's buzzing and you want to wake up your friends and family. That's great. But at the same time, also ask yourself, why do you care so much about the Ryan Garcia psyop? Like, why do you care so much about it? Does it matter? 25-year-old boxer said what? That he was strapped down at Bohemian Grove and he had to watch children get raped and killed on Andrew Tate's podcast. Doesn't that just sound like an obvious psyop to bait all the flat earth, right-wing Christian people who, they're still talking about Pizzagate, another obvious psyop? Remember how the whole truth community attacked me in 2016 for showing that Pizzagate was a 666 psyop? And it was. People just, it's like, it was not a psyop. Yes, it was totally a psyop. It was 1,000,000% a psyop. Again, it had you thinking that Hillary Clinton was the biggest, pimp in the world trafficking children right after Donald Trump won the rigged selection, chanting, lock her up, lock her up. And then who got locked up? America got locked up. Anyway, well, let's just go through Ryan Garcia by the numbers. You can see the bad left hook site on one of the top stories on this. Of course, TMZ is really what got this hype like they always do with the tabloid news. But you can see how bad left hooked, how they emphasize the phrase, I'm okay. If you haven't been following this Ryan Garcia story, he's a professional boxer. He's got 25 fights under his belt. He's 25 years old. His name in Gematria equals 97, like Andrew Tate's name equals 97. 97 is the 25th prime. Should remind you of the 97th NFL season where they moved the touchback to 25 yards and the Patriots had the 25-point comeback on 2/5 over the Falcons, which equals 25 in Gematria. Again, 97 and 25 come together a lot. And as we'll get to today's Andrew Tate's 97th day of his age, Ryan Garcia is getting big headlines today, too, because he said there's going to be an earthquake, a bad one on June 6th, which we'll talk more about. Says that on the 66th day of the year. But anyhow, it was this Sunday, March 3rd, that he put out this Ryan Garcia on his X account. Again, Elon Musk, this another puppet on strings that again, all of the same people who think Elon Musk is the truth and Donald Trump's the truth and Andrew Tate's the truth and Pizzagate's real and the Earth's flat and maybe one of these things they're not on board with. But this is a huge segment of the psyop community that thinks they're in the know or looking for truth, but they're just following every dead end, down psyop lane. This is who this is put out for. And that's why there's so much buzz about this today, because it's just such obvious bait for people that just don't have a clue about anything. And of course, Ryan Garcia in his videos had to say that he's Christian and he believes in Jesus. And we're going to get to all that. But it all started this past Sunday. Somebody used his X account and it was like they used his account and wrote that his throat had been slit and then said some little phrase about Satan's on top, 666. And then the very next day, Andrew Tate's having Ryan Garcia on to say, I'm okay. Somebody did that to my account. It essentially got hacked. I didn't do that. But then in that same podcast with Andrew Tate, he said that he was strapped down in a chair at Bohemian Grove. Remember, Alex Jones really put Bohemian Grove on the map. Another tool and puppet on the stage is Alex Jones. Again, he was led into Bohemian Grove to further his fame in a time when people were looking for answers after 9/11. But yeah, again, to say that he was strapped down in a chair there and watched children be raped and killed. I mean, this is just such obvious bait. And we're going to see how perfect the ritual is and why these things happened on the day they did, why that podcast was going out March 4th, the 64th day of the year. Again, you learn gematria. You're not about opinions. You're about having a verifiable way to see the way that news, information, stories like this. I mean, you could say this is a B story, but it's huge on the internet, right? It's huge in the Pizzagate crowd today. You know, if a call for an uprising was here, a guy who literally told people to stand down during the time of the pandemic. It was so ironically, it was a call for an uprising. He's like he was making fun of when we got out there March 13th. He's like, that's so just the irony. The guy with the cartoon characters whose face you never saw, probably used a voice modulator, tried to slander my work for years, which actually exposes what's really going on, not falsely blaming things on Zionist bankers. Again, you want to know why the Federal Reserve was established when it was? It didn't have anything to do with Zionist bankers. It had everything to do with the Pope and the Jesuit order. But anyway, Ryan Garcia. Let's just go through this. We just talked about the 97 and 25 piece. That's a part. Notice his birthday is August 8th. August 8th is the birthday. And 88 matters because it started with a beast thing, right? That 666 was something that caught a lot of people's attention. The Satan is on top, 666, this somewhat famous boxer's throat slit. It was just like a horrific message with a weird satanic sign-off. Okay, we showed out that one headline about it. It said, I'm okay emphasized. I just want you to see how I'm okay equals 88. And when you apply numerology, it equals 34. Just like Beast. Beast is 88 and 34, right? He's got an 8-8 birthday. And then on the next day after that March 3rd post, and we'll get to why March 3rd Sunday matters too. We'll cover that in a moment. It's everyone knows about 33, but I'll show you how his boxing nickname King Rai fits in, and we'll talk more about that. Here was the official message on March 3rd before the Andrew Tate interview the next day on 3/4. It says, March 3, Sunday, 2024, we slit RG throat. That's Ryan Garcia, RG. RG throat and threw him in a basket. Nobody will find him. The violent message is followed by a series of randomly pressed letters and closes with the sentence, Satan sitting at the top now, 666. Okay. So you can see that from the media coverage, the last time TMZ covered him was February 29th. It says Ryan Garcia admit fight with Devin Haney in personal. I'm a beat his ass, so also around the time of fight hype. And then Sunday, March 3rd, the tweet goes out. And then the media coverage starts the next day, March 4th, TMZ and everyone else syndicating. Their first story TMZ put out on 3/4. Ryan Garcia's dad says boxing star okay amid bizarre social media activity. Okay, so look at this. Andrew Tate and Ryan Garcia do the interview on 3/4, the 64th day of the year, where he says that he was tied down and watched these horrific things happen to children at Bohemian Grove. Now, March 4th in a leap year is the 64th day of the year. Notice Bohemian Grove, 64, right? 64. So talking about the Bohemian Grove on the 64th day of the year. Just like how we see all news, just roll out by the numbers, The next day, Tuesday, 6/5, Kirsten Lee Cinema. She announces she's resigning from Congress at age 47, but her name's 65, resigning on the 65th day of the year. For all you NBA fans, gentleman who plays for the Wizards, Foreigner, last night had a monster game, career game. His name equaled 65 in gematria. You could go on and on. From the rig sports to the rig news, you just pay attention to the gematria code, you see what's up. Okay. Moving on. So after the interview, he got a lot of attention the very next day, March 5th. All the media talking about what he said with Andrew Tate, these huge allegations at Bohemian Grove. So March 5th was the 65th day of the year. And just like how Kirsten Lee Cinema has the 65 connection, so does Ryan Garcia. Both getting headlines about him on the 65th day of the year. So Bohemian Grove ritual on the 64th day, then boom, now focus on him, his character. Could this be real? Is he just doing this for attention? Is it some clever way to get hype for the fight? Save the Christianity 65 thing for a moment because we're going to expand on that when we look at the death of this young Mormon boy at age 25 from the reality TV show Sister Wives. But then, okay, now today he gets even more attention because today he puts out on social media that there's going to be a bad earthquake on June 6th, right? And it's like, okay, now on the 66th day of the year, he makes this prediction for June 6th, 6-6. If you guys haven't been over here for long, the USGS is what always gives us the readings for earthquakes. And several times along the years, we've documented the 66 ritual in the reported earthquake. So we've been associating with this number with earthquakes for a long time. So now it's like, okay, this guy's getting all this attention. And now he's got like all these Christian truthers who are also probably into Trump and MAGA and don't realize it's like the highest degree of the Church of Satan. Like these types of people who think they know what's going on but don't really have a clue. They're like, man, maybe this guy's like some kind of prophet. Now he's calling out earthquakes. Think about it, you guys. In Revelation, the 66th book of the Bible, you learn about 666, where they first hooked us with this story. And in Revelation 6:12, it's the verses 6:12, there's that horrible earthquake that occurs in the world, and then the sky becomes dark. Revelation 6:12. Now, he predicted the earthquake's going to be on June 6th, again, on the 66th day of the year, but that is 6 days before June 12th. And the other date where we've seen weird earthquake rituals over the years is on December 6th, the other 6/12 date. For those of you who know Dutch Since is, it was years ago. It was in 2017 that this happened. I pointed out how June 12th, 2017 was a date with 55 numerology. And in Gematria, earthquake equals 55, as does military. And again, you've had Jesse Ventura say he was a SEAL who planted bombs that are used to test fault lines and trigger earthquakes. So we've been talking about these types of things, but I put out a prediction June 12th, 2017, that there's going to be a significant earthquake in the world on that date because of the 55 numerology. It ended up happening in the Middle East. If I remember right, it was in Pakistan. And I want to say that they ended up reporting it was a 5.5 earthquake magnitude, shallow depth on a 55 date numerology, and it did significant destruction where it happened at, even though it wasn't the largest number. It was like shallow or something. But Dutch Since put out a video attacking me for that, even though my prediction landed. And I know a lot of you guys think he's the truth. I'd say anyone, like, it was just like a suspect thing. It was like when we nailed Super Bowl 50, calling both teams, the outcome, what the halftime show would be, and why Von Miller would be the MVP, beating Cam Newton, who he was drafted one pick after. Jeff C., who had a pretty big platform at the time, he came out the next day and attacked my work and said it was the dumbest thing in the whole truth community. It's like, really? After that huge prediction lands? That's like just like when Dutch Since, the earthquake guy, came out and attacked me for landing a prediction that like hit the exact number that I specified way in advance. Anyway, the point is, it's not an accident that this guy on the 66th day of the year says this, about a June 6th earthquake, when Revelation's the 66th book of the Bible. It involves earthquakes. It involves the number 666. And if you're new here, the phrase number of the beast also has the gematria 66. And if you are new here, understand the way gematria works. USGS equates to 66 when you use the alphabetic order. A is 1, B is 2, C is 3, up to Z, the 26th letter is 26. And number of the beast equates to 66 when you use the alphabetic order but apply numerology. USGS 66 with the alphabetic order, no numerology. Number of the beast 66 with the alphabetic order and numerology applied. And then the other half of the code is the reverse alphabetic order and the reverse alphabetic order with numerology. And we're going to look at how these four ciphers matter a ton, especially in the next example, the death of the 25-year-old LDS reality TV show star. Also noteworthy, March 6th, the day that he puts out this tweet, is 92 days before June 6th, or a span of 93 days. The 93 thing could connect with HARP. HARP's the military technology that has the power to quake the earth. Jesse Ventura also did a show on HARP and earthquakes, but HARP became public, supposedly has been active since 93, per the U.S. government. Since 93, HARP's been active. The 92 days, rather than the span of 93, just kind of reminds me of Revelation 9:2, not too far after Revelation 6:12. It just says, and he opened the bottomless pit, and there arose a smoke out of the pit. And then eventually in Revelation 9:11, a bottom's going to come out of the pit. But, when the earth quakes, crevices can't open. So it just a little bit interesting in light of this whole 666 and clearly the biblical theme. And remember, this all started on a Sunday, and this year's Sunday fell on March 3rd. And I want you to see that this guy's his nickname is King Rye, right? King Rye is his fighting nickname. King Rye in the base ciphers, alphabetic order, equals 84 like Sunday. King Rye with the reverse alphabetic order equals 78 like Sunday. And this ritual did go down on the 78th day of the Pope's age. You might have saw the Celtics wasted the Warriors that day, winning by 52 and getting their 11th straight win. Pope equals 52 and 11. Boston Celtics, the only team with a full name that equals 78. This is the 78th NBA season. When the Celtics and Warriors played in the finals in 2022, the Celtics fell to 17-5 in finals when Pope Francis is 175 like Golden State. And you might recall that those teams played each other the day of the Pope's birthday, and the Celtics fell to 7-5 at home that day, and then they lost in the finals, and the Warriors became 7-5 in the finals in the 75th anniversary season, winning in Boston, just like how they won in Boston on the Pope's birthday. And when they won in Boston on the Pope's birthday, again, Boston fell to 7-5 at home. In the playoffs, when they lost the finals, they picked up their 75th postseason loss. Not to mention Catholic Church equals 75, like Roman Catholic in San Francisco, where the Warriors moved to, is named after St. Francis of Assisi, like Pope Francis. But anyway, King Rye Sunday, 84-78, forwards and backwards. It starts on a Sunday, and then in reverse with numerology, King Ryan Sunday 33. In that same cipher, Bible 33. A biblical message, 666, Satan, right? Something evil, a slit throat. You can just see why this is the chosen puppet. And then how old is he? How old is he in light of the fact that this is synced perfectly with the Pope? He's 25 with 25 fights under his belt. Remind me what Pope and Vatican equal. They both equal 25. We just had the first Super Bowl on the Vatican's birthday, February 11th. The score was 25-22, 47 total points. Vatican equals 25 forwards, 47 in reverse, just like Nevada's 47. And the over-under for that game was at 47.5. And the first Super Bowl season was the 47th NFL season, and all roads lead to Rome. Anyway, I mean, just so obvious. And I bet if you look at this even more closely, there's so much more coded information. There's probably even more to it, but it was just obvious. It's just obvious. They're coding 34 in the headlines. The beast is involved. He's talking to Andrew Tate, whose daddy was CIA, about Bohemian Grove on the 64th day of the year. I mean, it's just one joke after the next, and gematria just laser beam right through it. So here's the story people should really be buzzing about, because, another person has been clearly offed in the world of celebrity and entertainment, and a 25-year-old. This stuff is going on all the time in entertainment, and nobody's blinking an eye. Okay, look at this. They're saying it's a suicide. Right? The leader of the LDS Church, again, this young man is a member of the LDS Church, the Latter-day Saints, the Mormons. From Russell M. Nelson, the leader of the LDS Church's last birthday, September 9th, to this young man's suicide date, March 5th, is 178 days. What's the young man's name? Garrison Brown, which equals 178. In that exact same cipher, Kabbalah equals 178. And again, that's where this whole thing of letters and numbers comes from. Kabbalah, the book of formation, the opening paragraph. God created the world with numbers, letters, and words. Genesis, God speaks the world into existence. Genesis 3:2 mentions the physical model for Kabbalah, the tree of life, which has 3 pillars and 22 paths. Okay, so Garrison Brown's dead 178 days after the leader of the church's birthday. And you know what they say? That the LDS Church did not like this show. The LDS Church thought that this misrepresented their faith and made them look bad. So is there like some kind of political motivation for this sacrifice? You could argue there was. Okay. Now, in the 4 base ciphers, you see how Garrison Brown is 173, 74, 178, 79. We just covered the 178. The word Mormon equals 74. It's a number highly connected to killing, as we talk about all the time. Killing and gematria both equate to 74, as does stabbing, the 74th day of the year to remember the killing of Caesar by stabbing, the song Gematria, the killing name, the fact that 3 of the first 5 presidents died on 7-4. Again, we'll get to the big 35 piece. But again, this young man supposedly committed suicide on 3-5. But 74, special number. It's a huge Christian number, too. Jesus, cross, Messiah, gospel, parables. They're all 74. The Son of God. Here's the son of characters on the show, now dead at a young age. Not to mention the word death itself equals 25. So does time. Time's divided into 4 segments, the way we tell it. Spring, summer, fall, winter. 25 like a quarter. Anyway. When you run the alphabetic order in reverse, 79. In that same cipher, Society of Jesus is 79. Knights Templar is 79. We're going to talk a lot about the Knights Templar. There's such a huge Knights Templar connection here. And Christianity. Society of Jesus, Knights Templar, Christianity. All 79. Again, the Society of Jesus is the Jesuit order. We're in the time of the first Jesuit Pope, Pope Francis. And this young man died 79 days after the Pope's birthday. 79 days after the Pope's birthday. In the Jesuit order's logo is the Templar cross. And again, the Jesuits, the Templars, they're Catholic. Catholic obviously has the Christian association. Some people would contend the Catholic Church isn't Christian, but Catholics would argue that they're Christian because ultimately, to me, like the definition of Christianity is you believe Jesus is the Son of God and Messiah. Yeah, you might have different variations and understandings, and you might have confessionals and indulgences and all this, but still, the roots there, you believe that Jesus is the Son of God. Catholic Church also gets into Mary and all this, but anyhow, Garrison Brown equals 173 and 79 like Knights Templar. And the other Knights Templar value that's not up there is 205. We're going to get to how he died 205 days from his birthday this year at age 25, which looks a lot like 205-25. You can see the resemblance in the number. And again, Pope and Vatican 25, once again synced with the Pope. Okay, so yeah, the Pope's born on Saturnalia. This man's dead March 5th, 79 days later. Again, Society of Jesus, Knights Templar, Christianity, all 79. The word murder is 79 for the record. Murder is 79. And the day he died, March 5th, 2024, it was a date with 52 numerology, okay? Dead at 25 on a 52 date numerology. Pope equates to 52 and 25. Again, we're on a 52-week calendar named after the Pope. The only Super Bowl that Pope Francis ever blessed was Super Bowl 51, where the Patriots had the 25-point comeback over the Falcons, which also equals 25 on 2/5. Again, in the 97th season, the 25th prime. And they did that over Matt Ryan, who's Jesuit educated in Boston. Think about Patriots in Boston beat Matt Ryan, who went to Boston College. Remember, Wayne LaPierre retired from the NRA earlier this year by the numbers, paying tribute to Boston College and the Jesuits. He's Jesuit educated as well, Wayne LaPierre. NRA 15 light gun, resigned on January 5th, 1-5. Number 15 wins the Super Bowl in his 15th playoff game, then a mass shooting at the parade, and then the president calling for gun reform. Think about it. Gun equals 42 the big way, like how the Chiefs got to 4-2 in Super Bowls on the 42nd day of the year. Anyhow, notice, coming back up, his last name, Garrison, equates to 47 and 52. The word polygamist equals 47 and 52 in the same ciphers. Again, Pope 52, Vatican 47. Special numbers of authority. Government and authority both equal 47 and 52. So does the word president. So does the word White House. They're all 47, 52. So he has that in his name like polygamist. His death is synced with the Pope. And the date he died, March 5th, can be written 3-5 or 5-3, depending on where you are in the world. In Europe, they'd write it 5/3. Here in the U.S., we'd write it 3/5. Notice Latter-day Saints, what LDS stands for, equates to 53. Notice LDS, the abbreviation is 35. And we talked about the LDS thing back when they put their temple next to the Vatican. If you don't know about this, the Mormons have a big temple And if you've never seen a Mormon temple, man, they're usually the nicest buildings in town. A lot of money behind the Mormon church, or the LDS church they want to be called now. But LDS and Catholic are both 35 and 46. 35 and 46. Again, JFK, the first Catholic president, number 35, dead at age 46. Joe Biden, the nation's second Catholic president, elected 46 weeks after the Pope's birthday, inaugurated on the Pope's 35th day of his age. Again, the Jesuits and the Masons have been controlling this nation from the beginning. The Jesuits made modern Freemasonry. Joseph Smith, the Mormon founder, he was assassinated by the numbers in 1844. 44 is the kill number if you're new around here. But he also died 33 years before Brigham Young died. And again, Masonry equals 33, like secrecy, like order, like federal. 33, like C's the third letter. C and C is 3 and 3, Catholic Church. The CC, the 33. 33 corresponds with humans. 33 bones in the vertebrae connects with Kundalini, the spiritual belief about spiritual ascension up the 33 bones of the vertebrae. When you reach the top, it's known as Christ consciousness, the belief that Jesus was crucified at 33. Jesus was a child of God, as is everyone else on the face of the earth. Anyhow, it's not hard to see what happened to the young Mormon boy by the numbers that goes down as a suicide, It's not hard to see at all. And it's not hard to see through any of these headlines that they give us any of these days. What they just did to UL Washington of the Royals, right after Kansas City wins the Super Bowl, UL Washington's dead 24 weeks after Mahomes' birthday. Missouri, the 24th state. They just won their 24th playoff game. The Chiefs winning the Super Bowl. Again, number 24, Kobe died the Sunday before Mahomes won the Super Bowl at age 24. Again, then Len Dawson dies on August 24th, 24 days before Mahomes' Super Bowl. And then he beats Kobe City, Philly. And then this year, the most obvious 24. 24th state and 24 for the 24th playoff win. And then longtime Royals great UL Washington, dead by the numbers. And then the other sick thing is UL Washington also died on the 111th day of King Charles's age. Remember, the Royals won the 111th World Series while the Queen was alive, who was born on the 111th day of the year. But again, all this stuff is such obvious number ritual. And, I was in a somewhat popular YouTuber's channel this week, and he was engaging with me, and he was mostly just talking trash and trying to announce the work. And then he just ended up being like, you're just spamming too much. And it's not like I was just spamming. I was just talking about things he was talking about and sharing the gematria. He's like, I got to block this guy. It's like, oh my God. But then the moments later, he's talking about how he's got bills to pay and he doesn't really care about anything anymore because it's all a bunch of BS. I was like, God, does anyone even tune into this guy? He's got bills to pay, you guys. That's why he's here, because he's got bills to pay. He doesn't want to tell his audience anything about gematria, but he's got bills to pay. And he's going to block the annoying guy spamming all the information about the rituals. I was mostly teaching him about what they did this week with the Colorado Supreme Court decision and then how Super Tuesday fell. And then we'll talk about it all in a second. But it's just like, how can you not want to share this with your audience? Unless you're told not to. So... Lieutenant Charles M. Hernandez II of the Flagstaff Police Department confirmed to People on March 5th, 2024, Flagstaff police officers responded to a report of death inside a home. The FPD confirmed that Garrison's brother Gabriel, 22, discovered Mr. Brown deceased in an apparent suicide. Come on, man. And again, that's the whole problem with authority. Authority can be bought. Authority can be controlled, That authority can have a gun pointed at his head because he's in a position of power and they say, you're going to write this report just this way, or it's going to be your family reported as a suicide letter. Because trust me, we'll find the officer who will take the money and write the report. That's why I can't believe that anyone falls for anything at this day and age. How many more Disney stars are going to die in their 20s this year and no one's going to blink an eye? They're still going to keep sending their family to Disneyland, paying for the overpriced tickets and standing in the lines all day. Disney is one of the richest things in the world as they buy up more and more of the world. How many food companies, news networks, and everything else does Disney own? They sacrifice a few more 20-year-olds this year. I'm sure they'll stay on top. Okay, and then Detroit. Detroit's like, yo, what happened to Max Hardy, man? He was just doing well, happy, making food, big food festival, looking lively and well, and then boom, he's just dead for unknown reasons. That's all they put out for today. They don't know why he's dead. He's just dead. Max Hardy, 40. Dead at 40. Max Hardy, food guy, food, 40, right? It just, it's sick, man. The last picture of him from Black History Month. Now he is a part of Black history. He's history. He's gone. He's out of here. Here's what else is sick. From the day of the big food celebration they had, which was February 5th, to his death, which was announced March 5th, that was 30 days later. 30. Remember, Martin Lawrence, if you're out there, be careful, man. Martin's going to turn 59 this year. That 59-42 thing. Motown came out in 59 in Detroit. It's on the 42nd parallel. He lived in apartment 42. The counterpart to 42 in gematria is 30. So many words that equate to 42 also equate to 30, including all of these words. Slavery, Tuskegee, Martin, Malcolm X, the N-word. The list goes on, but all of those words equate to 30 and 42. He died 30 days after this last big food festival in Detroit, predominantly Black city, in Black History Month. And, notice it was on 2/5. Death is 25, right? His fate was probably sealed by the cabal. Again, we do talk about that 25 number a lot in death. You have, again, a dead 25-year-old, and then you also have this other 25-year-old. By the way, this other 25-year-old said that he's going to be killed on April 12th, the boxer guy who we started with, Ryan Garcia. I'll forget his name by tomorrow. But yeah, it's just, again, I mean, just another guy I guess got a call in the moment. Brian at High Impact Flicks, or now here's the deal. I'm so tired of listening to Brian say the same really sounding good stuff over and over and know that he means nothing of it. He's coming out because he's mad that people are still falling for Trump and falling for the two-party deception. I love all that. I like hearing Brian talk about that. But he's like, we really got to do something right now. We really got to come together. And it's like, dude, then do something and come together. Like, literally, we came to your state, Oklahoma, for the anniversary of April 19th, and you skipped town, but you watched and paid attention because you made a video trying to make me look bad when the security shoved me off the Oklahoma City Memorial lot within, like, he literally had a video up on his channel within 30 minutes of that going down, And it's like, wow, he's watching it tentatively, but he couldn't have been here. He never promoted the event, not a single time. I mean, imagine if we could have got a huge crowd out there, bigger than what we had. We had a pretty good sized crowd. He could have brought even way more people. Maybe that would have created the spark. April 2022, and we did it. Who knows? I mean, he's been saying the same thing the whole time. We got to come together. We got to do something. And then he does nothing. Still doing nothing. Still saying the same things. But God, at the same time, the one thing I got to give him credit for is he really has a concise message that's right on point that a lot of people should listen to. It's just at the end of the day, I don't think he really means anything besides talking and selling T-shirts. Because in every video, he's like, look, I got 20 more designs of T-shirts. Buy them now before they're all out. Look, they just banned this design, so you got to buy it before they ban the next design. It's like, see, I think that's what it's really all about for you. Not really coming together, just selling some more T-shirts. He's the T-shirt king. All right, I'm not going to do the whole Thomas Kingston decode because I already did a nice long presentation on this. I probably have a 30-minute video on this that no one saw because everyone's asking me to cover it. There's a whole bunch of things I can say about Thomas Kingston's death on the 56th day of the year in light of the million times I've talked about the royal family in 56 and the rituals that they do with that number with the royal family. And it's way bigger than the royal family. But when this guy died on the 56th day of the year, they pointed out that his wife is 56th in line to be on the throne. It's like, oh. And again, King Charles had his big coronation last year on 5/6, and the last king of England died unexpectedly at age 56. And the wife addressed the death 56 days before her birthday. And Diana died in 56 land of the Jesuits, when Ignatius Loyola, their founder, died in 1556. But, oh yeah, and then also the death was 263 days before Charles's birthday, which is the 56th prime number. And also, here's the bigger piece. So you have all that 56 stuff. From the day that Charles became king to the day this guy died was 76 weeks and days. And Charles will turn 76 later this year. But this man's name who died, Thomas Kingston. Thomas Kingston, dead for the king. And we've seen a lot of death rituals with the king. This isn't the first. They've all been perfectly by the numbers. But Thomas Kingston, 76. And Thomas Kingston, the other way, is 59. he died a span of 59 days from his wife's birthday. She didn't announce it until 56 days before her birthday. So 59, 76, and Thomas Kingston sync perfectly with him and his wife and him and King Charles. And did I not add the London, England? All these things equal. You could say that he died 58 days before his wife's birthday, or a span of 59 days. London, England, London, England equals 58 and 59. Freemasonry equals 58 and 59. Pope Francis equals 58 and 59. So obvious. So they were married on 18/5. Thomas Kingston's also 185. Like mathematics, like Catholicism, he became part of a mathematical ritual. Remember, days before he died, the dancer Robin Windsor died at 44. Thomas Kingston equates to 193, the 44th prime. He died exactly 44 weeks after his wife's last birthday as well. The surname Kingston's 44. It's just, there's even more here to this. I'm not going to go through the rest of it, but yeah, it's maddening. It's maddening. You put out this undeniable information and then nobody sees it. And then even the people subscribe to you, they don't know how to just like click simply on videos or live to find the video and watch it. They leave a comment. Hey, when are you going to cover Thomas Kingston's death? It's like, well, I covered it, here. What day was this posted? I covered it. I put the video up right after. This was put out at 7:49 a.m. Pacific time, February 28th. Okay. Jacob Rothschild. Everybody and their mom asking me to cover his death. It was covered almost as soon as the news broke. Stuff just drives me nuts that people cannot learn to navigate the tube and they just wait for things to pop up in their feed. And it's like, you pull your hair out because you're like, I know tomorrow it's like I'll be having people to ask me to cover something they already covered. It's like, why do they never learn? Do these people actually watch my videos or just leave comments and just like read the comments section when I post a video? They ever listen to what I say in the video? Again, the Rothschilds don't run anything. They don't run shit. They're puppets on the world stage. Pretty much all the big names They might as well be Donald Trump. Just like Donald Trump doesn't run anything, neither do the Rothschilds. Again, that one that's on the Balfour Declaration, his name on there, he died in a big Jesuit ritual, a big 201 ritual, just like State of Israel equals 201 and the Jesuit order equals 201 and all the million other 201s with the Jesuits. Again, they have their characters on the world stage forming perceptions in people's minds about who runs this and who's in charge here and who's the leader of that nation. Might as well be none of these people. Like they told us, the world is a stage. Rothschild means red shield. Who's got the red shields? Oh, that's right, the Templars. Who are the Templars? The original military order of the Catholic Church, the original bankers. Again, the original bankers were military of the Catholic Church, not Zionists. The Catholic Church created Zionist Israel. It created the whole Zionist movement. Anytime you say Zionist, what's that Indian guy who sounds totally unauthentic that everyone has been like, Zach, you got to check this guy out ever since COVID. What's his name? That Indian guy. Mr. Unauthentic. Now he's calling them Zionist cocksuckers. It's like, oh, listen to this tough talk from Mr. Unauthentic. The Zionist cocksuckers. It's like, that's not who's running the world. He's claiming that he has the greatest knowledge and information about what's going on in the world. You listen to him, it's all opinion. A lot of things he's saying are true. I can't think of the guy's name right now. You know who I am. The supposed doctor. But he doesn't have anywhere near the greatest information. And this is my point from standing over here. Why is a guy like that going viral and everybody knows who he is, but they don't know about our work? My work is literally 1,000 times better than his. And it's not a pissing contest. It's just a fact. My work is literally 1,000 times better than his. You know why? Because it's undeniable proof and facts. Doesn't boil down to a whole lot of good rhetoric and then it's the Zionist cocksuckers. Okay, prove it. Prove to me it's the Zionist cocksuckers that are running the show. Is it because in Israel they got made to be the biggest guinea pigs? Is it because the Jews got to be the biggest guinea pigs in the world wars? Is that proof that Jews and Zionists run the world? Bullshit. No, the Catholic Church runs the world, okay? Undeniably. That's why a Rothschild's dead at 87 while the Pope's 87, and his name equals 87, and the name of his bank equals 87, and the Catholic Church equals 87, and the founder of the Jesuits equals 87. I've pointed out all the 201s with past dead Rothschilds in the past. There's a bunch of them. There's a bunch of Jesuit rituals on these, just like there's a bunch of Jesuit rituals on all kinds of their puppets all over the world stage. Jacob Rothschild equates to number of the beast in all four, or nearly all four ciphers, including 87, right? 666, the talons of gold in the Bible. He died on the 57th day of the year. Jews, England, Rome, all 57. Big number. Just like why all the presidents over here were getting inaugurated at age 57, and they set up the first Jesuit university, Georgetown, the year George Washington took office at age 57. But yeah, from the Pope's birthday to the death of Rothschild, it was his 71st day of his age. Again, the Society of Jesus and Catholic, both 71. So was Talmud, for the record. Remember, that was the number that set off the ritual in Israel. And he also died span of 63 days from his upcoming birthday. Big Illuminati number. Remember, they tried to tell us around 9/11 with the Da Vinci Code about the Catholic Church and the Illuminati. And let's not forget, the Illuminati was founded by the Jesuit, who was Jewish, Adam Weishaupt. And again, the Jesuits are a Catholic-Jewish alliance. Let's not get it twisted. But I'm just so tired of hearing the phrase, Zionist bankers. It's a bullshit phrase that's like, listen, the latest computers have been out with this knowledge. What we've been putting out for the last decade, talking about Zionist bankers running the world is stuff from decades ago that's outdated, that's clearly not anywhere near true. Again, you want to talk about who the Federal Reserve was established with? Let's have a debate. Bryant High Impact Flicks, that Indian guy who I can't think of right now, who's calling everybody house ends. Come on here and let's argue that Zionist bankers run the world. Let's have that argument, because I guarantee you're going to get smoked all day, every day. I'll run all throughout history, and I'll show you who's really running the show. Who's that banker years ago that was found hanging under the bridge? I can't think of his name right now. They called him the Pope's banker. Yeah, guess what? Who his death was synced with. Anyway. Also, just the name of the bank. The name of the bank for the Rothschild, NM Rothschilds and Sons. And the ands and ampersand, and it was part of the decode, but Derek made this tweak in his calculator, so ampersand doesn't show up, which I don't know why the hell he did, because now it makes every decode look like it's false. But NM Rothschilds and Sons, like how they spell it, is 75 and 87, just like Ignatius Loyola, the founder of the Jesuits, is 75 and 87, just like Catholic Church is 75, like the Catholic Church is 87, and like the Pope's 87, the first Jesuit Pope, and the leader of the Jesuits, the Black Pope, Arturo Sosa, is 75 right now, as is Israel. This big war with Israel, while it turns 75. And again, didn't we show on December 29th, 2022, when Netanyahu came back in the Jesuit ritual that synced perfectly with his Jesuit exit on June 13th, 2021? Didn't we show that there'd be a major war ritual in Israel in 2023 on around the time Yale would turn 322 years old? Yes, we did. The day Netanyahu came back, and then the war jumps off 2 days before Yale turns 322. Okay. Anyone saying that they're putting out the best information in the world, I want to see them show me the receipts like we got for a decade straight, calling stuff before it happened, exposing exactly what it was and how it was synced up. And then it's just... And again, all the people on the tube who've ever taken a shot at this work are me. You should really 86 those people from your subs. Way too many frauds on the tube, just creating all this static and needless noise, and almost all of them say the same things at the end of the day. Zionist bankers, Zionist bankers, Zionist bankers. I'll tell you what, if Zionist bankers ran the world, you wouldn't have this Lord Jacob Rothschild dead, perfectly synced with the Pope and Superior General. That shows you who runs the world. And don't come back to, well, on YouTube, you can't talk about Jews or you'll get censored. You know what? You can't talk about Jesuits and their rituals either, or you'll get censored. Okay? I've been losing channels for both. Okay? I got all the experience to speak on that as well. Okay, now the Angela Chow death. Again, this is Mitch McConnell's wife's sister. They just released the news at the start of this month that she died the day of the Super Bowl. Okay, and she died in Texas, where Mahomes is from, and then they set those Texas wildfires not far from his campus, the Red Raiders, after he wins the Super Bowl in the Raiders Stadium. I did a video on this, but I forgot to cover the other part of this and realize everything that's going on with Mitch McConnell. He comes out and says he's not going to run again, right? Then they announced that his wife's sister's dead, and now Donald Trump, who he's had this long rivalry with, he endorses him. It's like, that's interesting. There's a lot of stuff going on with Mitch McConnell. He's not going to run. His wife's sister's dead in a big mystery that doesn't make any sense. And now he's even endorsing Trump. Trump, the biggest pawn on the Jesuit chessboard of the world stage, their favorite pawn. Like, these people are such good chess wizards. They're beating you with one pawn, and his name's Donald Trump. But yeah, she's dead at 50, right? And again, Angela Chow's 50, like Washington's 50, like America's 50, the land of 50 states and several territories. Dead the day the Chiefs win the Super Bowl. Chiefs 50, again, dead down in Texas, where Patrick Mahomes is from. Angela Chow's also 67, like Kansas City, as they win the Super Bowl, while Montana's 67 years old, the 19th prime, being the first team to win back-to-back in 19 years. Going to overtime 1919 as McCall Hardman scores the game winner. His 19th of his career, his 19th touchdown. And if you watch my live stream of the Super Bowl, we were documenting, well, way before the game was set, why it was going to be all about 19. And I was documenting, I said, look at that. The first thing I talked about when we started the broadcast, I said they just had the Niners come out exactly 19 minutes after the hour, led out by Deebo Samuel, number 19. Again, Montana wore 19 with the Chiefs, and 67 years old right now, the 19th prime. But human sacrifice and blood sacrifice, 67, and no doubt she was. And for the record, the word satanic equals 67 and 50 in light of her death at age 50. And she died while McConnell's 81 years old. Mitch McConnell, 81, the surname Chow, 81. And remember, they did a big Chow ritual, too, with the insurrection, because the first employee to step down after the insurrection was Mitch McConnell's wife. She was a member of Trump's administration, and she wanted to leave she didn't want to finish out the term after Trump's insurrection. So both President Trump and President Biden have that gematria 81. Biden supposedly got 81 million votes from Scranton, Pennsylvania on Interstate 81, home of The Office, the NBC hit show that ran 201 episodes that shows the Jesuit prep flag in nearly every episode. But yeah, here's what I didn't cover. Here's what I didn't cover. They mentioned that her family's company was established in 64. Now remember, Kansas City Chiefs equals 64. They just won the Super Bowl in their 64th season. Norma Hunt died on 6-4. Chiefs ownership just before the season got underway, and that's the anniversary of the 49ers being founded. And the name of that company, the family company that was established in 64, Foremost Group, equals 64. And we know 64 is fateful as well. The word kill is 64. But, yeah, again, we see how this works. Gematria, the killing name. People chosen on the world stage. She has a connection to Mitch McConnell, who things are going, who has big things going on around him. She's in Texas, down where Mahomes is. She's got the numbers that sync with the Chiefs. Remember when the Chiefs beat the Niners in the first Joe Montana Bowl? It was their first Super Bowl in 50 years. And let's not forget that San Francisco equals 50 either, just like satanic, and the Satanic Church was established in San Francisco. But okay. Yeah, I wanted to get in that 64 piece because that was a big omission when I made the video on it. And now just the part about Trump and Super Tuesday and him cleaning up like everybody expected. I mean, Nikki Haley was never serious competition. Nikki Haley being the last to step down, though, is symbolic. She's going to be 53 on Inauguration Day, and she waited till today to announce that she's stepping out on the 53 date numerology. And I'm going to show you just how perfectly synced this is with the Pope in tribute to Grover Cleveland. Again, Grover Cleveland was the only split-term president. Trump will become the second. Grover Cleveland was number 22 and number 24. Donald Trump announced at the end of 2022 that he's running for 2024. Remember, he got criticism. Everyone said, why is he announcing now? This isn't when you announce for 2024. He's doing this way too early because it's all puppet ritual. You guys might recall the day he did that. It was 666 days since he left office when he also announced. So he's number 45. Holy Bible's got that gematria 45 forwards and back like Mike Pence. But okay, think about all this going on right now. The name Grover equals 77 in gematria. The name Cleveland equals 78 in gematria. Trump is 77 right now. Will turn 78 June 14th. Grover 77. Cleveland 78. From Colorado taking him off the ballot with the 4-3 decision until them reinstating him on the date 4/3 was 77 days. Okay. Notice from Trump's last birthday to today, the day Nikki Haley drops out, making him essentially the guy. Next week, he'll officially become the guy on the 72nd day of the year. Again, both President Biden and President Trump both equal 72 forwards, 81 in reverse, like Jesuit Order 72, like Pope Francis, the first Jesuit who took office on the 72nd day of the year back March 13th, 2013. Again, 72 names of God in Kabbalah, 72 demons in the Goetia, the Catholic Church, a sun cult. The sun moves 1 degree on the astrological wheel every 72 years. Chris Mortensen. Again, the other thing that drives me nuts is when people leave comments like, I believe this, but you're using more than one cipher. And it's like, did you just watch the video where I laid down how like literally all the ciphers matter? Chris Mortensen, for example, equals 180 and 72. He died at 72, exactly 180 days after announcing his retirement with ESPN. Not to mention he died on 3/3, 33 years after starting with ESPN, plus everything else we showed in the video. Anyway, from Trump's birthday to Nikki Haley dropping out today, Nikki Haley, who has the January 20th inauguration day birthday, the 201st day of the nation's age. That's why it's inauguration day. That's why it was moved from March 4th. Remember, they did this big ritual with the Supreme Court on March 4th, the old inauguration day. But that's why it was moved from March 4th to January 20th. It's also why the nation's capital was moved from Philly to D.C. D.C.'s the Jesuit stronghold. 201's the number of the Jesuits. Donald Trump burying his ex-wife on the 201st day of the year after she fell down the stairs, exactly 60 weeks into the Jesuit Ignatian year, the same day that Trump announced he'd run for the 60th presidential election when his name equals 60. But anyhow, from June 14th, his birthday, to March 6th today, the day Nikki Haley drops out, exactly 38 weeks later. Again, Colorado equals 38. Election 38, leap year 38, the Donald 38, Colorado the 38th state. Remember when we predicted? We said from day one when the news broke that it was all a show and Trump would end up back on the ballot. But then I said, by next Tuesday, it's going to be 38 weeks to the election. I said, expect between here and now, we hear about the Supreme Court putting Trump back on the ballot. And then boom, it was the very next day. It was literally February 7th, the 38th day of the year. February 7th can be written 7/2 like 72 as well. But it was February 7th, the 38th day of the year, that the headline came that the Supreme Court would start with the Trump case in Colorado. Always 38 with Colorado. But again, Colorado, election, leap year, the Donald, they're all 38. And now here we are exactly 38 weeks after his birthday. The Supreme Court wins for him Monday. He dominates the primary Tuesday. Nikki Haley steps down Wednesday. Again, next Tuesday is the 72nd day of the year. You know he's going to win those primaries. He'll have enough. He'll be the guy. 38 weeks, though, is also 266 days. And we know we're in the time of the first Jesuit Pope, who Trump posed with by the numbers back on May 24th, 2017 at the Vatican. He stopped by Jerusalem for Jerusalem Day. Then he went over to the Vatican, who really runs the show. But Pope Francis, the 266th Pope, who spoke in D.C. on the 266th day of the year to the Pope, back on September 23rd, 2015. The Jesuit motto, Isus hominum salvator, equates to 266. And again, Donald Trump, Jesuit educated at Fordham. The calendar from the Jesuits. It's so obvious who's got this entire puppet show lined up. Now, check this out with Grover Cleveland. There's a few things here that are interesting. Grover Cleveland has gematria of 163. That's the 38th prime number. This ritual went down on the Pope's 81st day of his age. President Trump equals 81, like ritual equals 81. You could also say this ritual went down 80 days after the Pope's birthday. Grover Cleveland also equals 80. Let's not forget Trump had his convention in Cleveland in 2016. And here's what makes it even more awesome. Again, you go back to Donald Trump's interview with Oprah back in the year 1988 about being the president maybe one day. That interview took place on April 25th. Now, technically, 1988 was a leap year, so that was the 116th day of the year. But typically, April 25th is the 115th day of the year. And again, Trump took office with the 115th Congress, went on the thank you tour. Thank you equals 115. The 115th World Series, the Nationals won, perfectly synced with Trump, just like how Trump hired the Nationals announcer to do Inauguration Day. Remember, Donald Trump equals 138, like Dave Martinez, like Nationals. They won the 115th World Series 138 days after Trump's birthday. Dave Martinez was their manager. Right after Colorado took Trump off the ballot with the 4-3 decision. Again, Colorado does equal 38 and reverse it equals 43. All these things equal 38, 43. Colorado, election, the Donald, leap year. They're all the same. 4-3 decision gets overturned on 4-3. But if you go back and look, right after he was taken off the ballot, supposedly somebody shot up the Colorado Supreme Court in a protest. And you go back and read the article, everyone said that he shot up the place at 1:15 a.m. 1:15 a.m. What day is the election this year? It's November 5th, 115. What day is that? That's Guy Fawkes Day. Remember the 5th of November. Jesuit Guy Fawkes Day. And again, November 5th, 2016, Trump supposedly survived an assassination attempt in Nevada, if you want to go back and look at that story. There's a lot more that could be said about the number 115. It connects with everything in gematria, from Masonic to Freemasons to Lucifer to killing. But yeah, I don't want to. There's even more to this, but I think that's enough of a point. You know, just how perfectly scripted this ritual is. Again, the election is essentially Trump's 115 days after the Superior General's birthday, the Black Pope Arturo Sosa, the leader of the Jesuits. It's perfectly synced with the Pope. It's perfectly synced with the Superior General. And it's easy to remember how many days apart their birthdays are. They're 35 days apart, like Catholics 35. Like December 25th, the big Catholic day. The sun in the sky's birthday, but also Jesus' birthday. 1,225 has a square root of 35. The Roman name for Jesus, Jesus, equals 35. Jesus, the Son of God. The Catholic Church that worships both sons. Remember, they started worshiping the sun in the sky in 274 AD. Isus Hominum Salvator equals 274 forwards, 266 in reverse, like the first Jesuit popes, the 266th. And here we are 266 days after the chosen son's birthday, the man with the golden hair and the orange skin. He's almost like a walking sun. He's a star. He's a celebrity. But, yeah, Isus Hominum Salvator, 274, son's birthday since 274 AD on 1225, and then Roman Catholic Church is 320, and the Catholic Church has celebrated the Son of God, Jesus, his birthday on 1225 since 320 AD, which was 46 years later. Like there's 46 books in the Catholic Old Testament, the Jewish section, and Jesus from Judea, and Catholics 46, and sacrifices 46, and Jesus was a sacrifice for the world. You just got to believe in it, with the English word with lie right in the middle of it. You just got to believe everything the authorities tell you, like our elections are real. The news is real. The religion is real. Here's the sickest part. From the death of Trump's wife, July 14th, 2022, again, 60 weeks into the Jesuit Ignatian year, the first ever one. It ran from May 20th, 2021 to July 31st, 2022. That's the day Ignatius Loyola was shot with a cannonball that it began on. And by the way, Trump's supposed to meet with Judge Eileen Cannon on May 20th, the anniversary of the cannonball ritual. I did hear, though, in the news, though, that they might back up that court date, but still, they've had it scripted for May 20th for a long time now. But it also, that Ignatian year ended July 31st, the day in history Ignatius Loyola died. And let's not forget they killed Bill Russell on that day, the 11-time champion, on the 31st of July, when 31's the 11th prime number. And he went to the Jesuit school, San Francisco University, and played for the Boston Celtics, who just lost to the San Francisco team days before his death. But from Trump's wife's death to Nikki Haley, the last woman, Trump is a woman beater, man. He beat down Hillary by the numbers. Nikki Haley's getting a beat down. His wife fell down the stairs to her death. Isn't that like what every wife beater says when their wife's beat up, that she fell down the stairs? Anyway, from her death to today is 86 weeks on the news. I mean, Jesuits 86, blood sacrifice 86, human sacrifice 86, 86, you're out of here. Trump, he grabs his women by the pussy, throws them down the stairs, and then reads their obituaries saying they tripped. You know, the one thing that Indian guys write about, and I've said the same thing a million times, is like, how can people like want Trump? I mean, he's like one of the biggest welfare queens in the history of welfare queens. You know how much money he's been bailed out from the taxpayers? This guy's made a living off of taking advantage of common people. born with a silver spoon in his mouth, and then had to go to the taxpayers for how many different bankruptcies? Again, these companies use bankruptcy to get the taxpayers to pay their debts. That's the game. How many companies file bankruptcy and then they're back up and running and making another killing? You know? You guys, this nation was made by people who knew how to rule over and manipulate people. And Donald Trump's one of them. And it's just so obvious. Throw his wife down the stairs 45 years after their ex-marriage. And they didn't do it on 14/7 by accident either, because President of the United States is 147 and U.S. President's 147, Freemasons 147, conspiracies 147. Again, DC's the Masonic city, modern Freemasonry is a Jesuit creation. It's really the Jesuit stronghold. They've been there longer than anybody. The Jesuits like to hide behind the Zionist bankers and the Mason allegations that are just everywhere in the truth community. It's like, yeah, that is a part of it, but that's not the tip of the spear like everyone thinks. There's a reason we're on the Pope's calendar and everything's synced with him every day. Yeah, so next Tuesday will be the 72nd day of the year, and you can know they're going to dot the I and cross the T's on that day. Game over. Out of curiosity, let's measure something real quick. It's going to be March 12th, 2024. The election is November 5th, 2024. I'm just curious how many days that is. 238 days or a span of 239. That's hilarious. It's a span of 239 days. I already get the joke. Donald Trump, when he took office, he has the same birthday as the U.S. flag. The flag was 239 years old when Trump took office. 239 is the 52nd prime, president, White House, government authority. All those words are 52. Pope, 52. The Cabal, 52. Kabbalah, 52. Gematria, 52. 52 cards in the deck. Let's not forget, Trump's going to be 78. Like there's 78 tarot cards in the deck, and the top cards are the Trump cards. 22 Trump cards, 56 of the other kind, like the elections on the day, leaving 56 days. But yeah, remember when Trump took office, they put out a report saying he weighed 239 pounds. His doctor said he was overweight. He weighed 239. That was right before he took on the NFL and the flag protesters when that started on the 239th day of the year out in San Francisco. San Francisco, the city with all the ties back to Philadelphia. So many sports teams have gone from Philly to the Bay. Liberty Bell from Philly spent time in the Bay. But Colin Kaepernick with the first protest, flag sewn in Philly at 239 Arch Street, 239 the 52nd prime. Philly won Super Bowl 52, beating the Patriots with the flag on the helmet. This stuff, man, nothing but jokes. And people are calling in right now tonight on my cell phone because they probably see that TFR's not up and running. Again, if you got here late, I cannot log into TFR tonight. I was told last Thursday that I was the last person who could log in by lucky, and then funny enough, this week, I can't even log in. So if that's it, that could be it for TFR. There might never be another TFR broadcast actually on TFR's website. And if so, it's kind of sad. It's kind of unfortunate. I think TFR is an important platform that needs to stick around because there's just so few places to go to find good information. But yeah, we're starting up the new podcast, so we'll make up for the loss, no doubt, and then some. Okay. Let me see if I can find what I meant to have up here. I might have to make another one. Oh no, I got it. All right, let me make an adjustment. I want to go over this contest again. And if you got here late, we are going to have a giveaway tonight. But I got to get the information and rules up one more time. And we'll look at the entries that have been made. Okay, I see there's some contestants. There's still plenty of time to enter. So hold on. Bear with me one moment. Okay, so, all right, these are the rules. I have 5 2XL hoodies to give away. They're all brand new, Gematria Effect News, like the one I wear. I thought all my hoodies were gone, but then I found a box of the 2XLs. And again, I was spring cleaning, came across this. Oh, wow, I got more hoodies. So again, these did cost $50 a pop to make. These are the same ones that we were giving out March 13th, 2020 at the site of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Again, we gave a whole bunch of hoodies away that day and tried to get as big of a crowd as possible to raise awareness about what Bill Gates has said. It is TED Talk and his Davos conference a decade before the whole pandemic. And we were out there on that Friday, the same day that Trump declared the emergency for the nation, and the same day that Bill Gates stepped down from his board position at Berkshire Hathaway. Somebody in our group was like, I bet we made him do that today. I was like, I don't know about that. I have a feeling that was just the planned ritual for today. But we were out there at that time because, the pandemic had just been declared, and it was the day we could get out there. We said, all right, let's get out there Friday. And yeah, I mean, we had a pretty good gathering. Shout out to everybody who came out to that. If you guys forgot, I really do think we had an impact from doing that, because that weekend, Event 201 went viral on Twitter, and we were out there talking about Event 201, and we got some of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation employees to come out and be like, whoa, we didn't even know our organization was involved with that. Somebody came out and said, you guys got the whole building buzzing about this Event 201. We work here and we didn't even know. So even though Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation was part of Event 201, a lot of the people who actually worked there had no idea about it. It was just, that group of individuals from the foundation that went out. So anyhow, if you would like to get an entry in the hoodie, let me count up something real quick before I say this. Okay. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 entrants. 20, 40, 60, 5, 75, 85, 90. Okay, so I'm not going to allow more than $500 in entrance, because I want, if you enter, to have a good chance to win. And I think almost, if you don't win, you're going to have kind of bad luck, because I have quite a few books to give away. I have 5 of the big hoodies to give away. And then the top prize, again, you have to do a minimum $5 contribution to have a chance to win. You can do it through a super chat or one of the ways on the screen. The ways on the screen is preferred, because all those ways you can donate without any money getting taken out. YouTube does take 30%, but it's okay if you want to do it on YouTube. If you want to win the mic and the pop filter, you have to do a $20 donation. And if you wanted to donate more than 20, you could. If you donated, say, like 40, it would count as 2 $20 entries. So you'd have twice as much of a chance. But if we reach 500, that's the cap. If we don't reach 500, probably everybody who donates is going to win something. The other piece besides donating tonight, you have to send a donation, and then you need to send me an email, gematriaeffectnews@gmail.com. Send an email there and say, Zach, I donated on YouTube Super Chat. Zach, I donated on Cash App. Zach, I donated on Venmo, Zelle. Just say how you donated, how much you donated. I'll verify it. And then say you want one of the hoodies. But realize you only want a hoodie if you can wear a double XL, because that's all 5 of these are 2XLs. So these are big hoodies for bigger people. And if you want the mic, you need to have minimum $20 donation. And the other thing about if you're entering for this mic, I want you to be a part of our podcast. So if somebody wins this and then they're never volunteered for my podcast, I'll be like, that person exploited the game. Again, this is a really nice mic, and it'll sound so great when you're part of the podcast, because we're going to start doing a lot more podcast episodes. And yeah, I want to get more people involved this year. I want this work to finally take off. I'm so sick of everybody sleeping on this knowledge. I'm sick of going in a popular YouTube channel and him like belittling the work and saying it's not that important and going, I don't know why you want my audience to know about it. It's like, are you serious? You don't know why I want your audience to know about this? Like, are you serious? I want everybody to know about this. And yeah, the other thing is, if you don't want the hoodies or the mic, the other giveaway is you get both. It's volume 1 and volume 2. If I can figure out where the camera is. Volume 1, volume 2. Combined, these are the first 10 chapters of my first book. Again, you can buy this on Amazon. I'll have you know, if you spent, I think like about $8, I think you can get both of these on Amazon. So keep that in mind too, if you'd rather not enter and you'd just rather directly buy the books. But I will sign them. I'll sign them. If you say, hey, Zach, can you write this in the book, in the email? Happy to do that. I've done that before. So she sent quite a few. I haven't done the exact count, but I'm guessing there's at least 20 sets of 2 that I can send out in books. So, and then consider shipping and stuff costs money as well. But yeah, see if something like this can work tonight. If we can raise some money, but also get some nice gifts into people's hands, get a nice mic in somebody's hands so they can be a participant in the podcast. And if this works, like say you donate tonight, and you end up as one of the unlucky people and don't win something, I'll keep that in mind for the next contest, or maybe I'll even just get more mics and there'll be more winners. But yeah, again, people have been saying for a while, do giveaways. So we're going to see how this goes tonight. Little experiment. And yes, if you do want to participate in tonight's show, I'm not going to do call-ins through the phone tonight. In both YouTube live streams where this is going, there's a link pinned on Gematria Effect News 25. By the way, if you're watching on Gematria Effect Sports, you're going to need to be on Gematria Effect News 25 to do a super chat. But of course, you can do one of those other things on the screen any other way. So again, Gematria Effect Sports, they'll never monetize that channel. All they'll do is continually remove subs from it. You guys notice that channel's done over 5,000 subs since March Madness last year. It's like, how's this even possible? Like, how good we exposed the tournament and we lost 5,000 subs for that? Google and their trash platform censoring all the most important content. Anyway, I'll keep track and let you guys know where we're at with donations. And again, minimum 5 to compete. If you want the mic, minimum 20. Somebody just sent in 40 on Cash App, so I'm going to read their email. Make sure you guys send the emails to gematriaeffectnews@gmail.com. I'm guessing Gary's putting in 2 tickets for the mic. Somebody donated 704. I'm guessing that's a $5 entry. Okay. But yeah, there's still plenty of more room. Shout out to Animus. Animus sent in 20. And again, you guys, depending on how well this goes, actually, here's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to cap it, but the first $500 that are entered are going to be the contestants for this night's contest. If somebody sends in money and it's beyond the first 500, because I have timestamps for everything so I can see what time it came. If it gets beyond 500, I'm going to get more mics and we'll do a second raffle, okay? So possible we'll end up giving more than one away. And if this is a success, we'll start doing this as a regular thing. And I'd like to see at least 10 people in the community who routinely contribute to the podcast. And if we can turn this into the year of support it is, maybe we can do a lot of things. Great gentleman in the community, a younger guy who helps out a lot with the sports decodes. He just let us know the other day that he does everything through his cell phone. I was like, God, that's got to be hard. He does great research too. I was like, we got to get you a laptop. So yeah, anyway, maybe that's where we go in the future with resources, getting tools to people's hands who can become better contributors, part of the podcast, part of other things we create. So anyway, that said, the contest is open if you want to support. And we do have somebody in the chat who'd like to participate tonight. Please, if you're coming on, let's talk about one of the things that are in the show. Don't be the person who comes on here and is like, what's the topic tonight? I mean, the topic's in the video title. That's what the topic is. Everybody and their mom wanted to know about Ryan Clark. If you got here late, we covered this at the beginning. We went through all the headlines and then some. But if you need to call in and ask for a refresher, you have something else to add, you're welcome to do that. And let's go out to the first person in line. Again, if you guys want to join, click that link. Click that link that's pinned in the chat to join the show. We got Zealots of Israel in the building. What's up, Zealots? Why do I not? Oh, he's muted. He's muted.
Hey, can you hear me, Zach?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. I'm not doing the sweepstakes or anything like that. I do want to talk about the Ryan Garcia situation because I just saw this yesterday. And since I'm associated with boxing, I did want to touch on something because Ryan Garcia was 25. It's 25, right?
25.
There was a young boxer, literally 10 years and some change, that died at the age of 25. His name was Omar Henry, and he died. And the man died at the age of 25. He died of a heart attack. But guess who he was associated with?
Tell me.
Floyd Mayweather.
Ah.
So and the funny thing with this parallel with him and Ryan Garcia and him speaking about all this stuff, Ryan Garcia just literally just a couple months ago was speaking to Mayweather before this fight that he's having was going to be announced. So I'm looking at certain things with this guy. It's very telling, and I'm glad that you called this out. That this pretty much is a psyop, because some of the things that he was saying about the Bohemian Grove, like there's no way you filmed Bohemian Grove and your ass came out of there alive. You know what I'm saying? And one thing I wanted to say about
let me say one other thing though. Here's what else there's no way would happen. There's no way this would go viral. There's no way all of his tweets would have 20,000 retweets and 50,000 likes. It would never happen. They shut down information they do not want out there. They make sure the likes don't show up. They make it seem small. They wouldn't have. So there's just so many signs that it's a psyop. But go ahead.
Yeah, and I want to say this because I have spoken to different people within the industry, or people that have been associated with the industry, whether they've been champions or people that are around this industry. They've all told me that they have they reached a certain level, and just recently someone told me, I'm not going to say names and whatnot. I'm not going to tell exactly whose names, but they have told me that in order to get certain fights, because they were referencing the Cat Williams thing about the industry, because boxing is a part of the entertainment industry. Well, this person told me, like, look, if you want to get to a certain degree, certain high of fame, you have to go and you have to sleep with the promoters as men. You got to be man on man type of behavior.
Well, isn't that what Ice Cube rapped about? Isn't that what Ice Cube rapped about? No Vaseline? I mean, he literally rapped getting bent over by who's. So
right. And there was a champion that told me a few years back, right, when he won the title, that when he went up to the Mandalay Bay, or and I'll just keep it at that, he was offered pretty much to sell his soul and to deny God and all this other stuff. All right. So when I look at Ryan Garcia and him just spilling this whole thing out, especially on a shield like Andrew Tate's platform, at first, okay, he's talking about the the pedophilic, or the things that go on with the children and whatnot. But something kind of didn't sound right when he was just saying the things he was saying. It just seemed very scripted. And a lot of, I'm not saying, here's the thing, I'm not going to say every single fight, every single title fight scripted, but a lot of the fights that we've seen over the years in UFC, the last 8-10 years that I've seen in boxing, a lot of this stuff has been very scripted, and it's been very telling to see that a lot of these fights are rigged, and rigged, not even just rigged, but just rigged to engineer the masses of popularity and the populace, So I wanted to just come on here and just share that with you, with this Ryan Garcia thing, because I was thinking about doing a video about this myself on the other platforms that I be on, and because I was thinking, like, okay, he's saying some things, but why is it all of a sudden he's saying this now when he himself, because I'm a reference this, he himself has said that you remember the boxer Oscar De La Hoya, right?
Right.
Or maybe he himself said in an interview, and it's just funny how these things come out, but nobody speaks about these things. He actually talked about him being his lover. Huh. I'm gonna hit you with another thing. Floyd Mayweather, and you may have heard of this guy named Gervonta Tank Davis or Adrian Broner. So on Twitter, there was a few years back. These guys were arguing, and the way they were arguing as if they were all in a relationship together. Very odd, very strange. Another guy, 2 years ago when he lost his belt, ironically, he had heart problems going into the fight out of nowhere 2 days before the fight. Teofimo Lopez, this guy went on Twitter, I think after the fight, and said, "I will not sell my soul. I love Jesus," and all this other stuff prior to the fight. Or no, after the fight, excuse me. So a lot of these guys are under programming. A lot of these guys are they're all part of the fucking script, man. And I'm not once
What
again,
you
I'm not
just
saying
said, pause real quick. What you just said about not selling your soul, I'd encourage anyone who can get the archive footage of the NFL draft where Clowney was drafted #1. As they went to commercial break after he was drafted, they didn't have his face on camera, but they had him talking because it was obvious they were talking about him, and then they had his voice, and you hear his voice going, "I sold my soul for this," and then it goes to commercial break. It's just like, come on, man!
wow.
In the NFL draft, is anyone listening right now?
And it's funny because I think they believe that they're fans because, mind you, with me being around the boxing community or around a lot of these guys, they don't like. I tell them these things about the numerology or even just about what you just mentioned about the soul selling stuff, right? And the things and the rituals that they do behind the scenes, and sometimes they perform it right in front of your face, like the Deontay Wilder Tyson Fury thing. They're literally telling you that they're scripting these fights. Not only are they scripting these big time fights, these top level fights that the world wants to see, but they're also luring you into ritualism of Luciferianism. Like prime example, Tyson Fury, and I'm not, and I know you got other people, so I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna paraphrase, but Tyson Fury, before that, in that third fight, when he came out, he had a male belly dancer. I don't know if you saw that dancing in front of everybody. It's like, man, don't nobody see something fucking weird about this shit?
Indeed. And I just remember when he beat Deontay Wilder in Black History Month, and it was the big 42 ritual. I mean, it was such an easy call, and that's how you can see how scripted it is. When you understand what these numbers mean and what they're doing just over and over. Yeah, there's been a lot of symbolism with the Tyson Fury fights. Indeed.
And I think both of them are definitely under mind control, definitely, just based off of some of the things they do. And I'm gonna speak about Deontay Wilder. And it's funny because when they get these certain guys to prop them up, they just seem like they're the least representative guys than other generations. Like even with basketball, the guys that play today are just retarded. They don't even try. But with Wilder, this dude, if you'd have saw his first 25 fights before he got televised, you would have thought this dude was a damn bum. But somehow, some way, they got this dude looking like some great champion. He was never nothing great. And I keep telling people that, and a lot of people who love this sport so much, like it's their religion, they think that I'm hating or you could see, if you don't have blinders upon your eyes, you can see the bullshit. Fury the same thing. This dude's a big fat bum. You know what I'm saying? These guys are nothing. They're really nothing compared to what we've seen in the past. But once again, it's always been scripted, and there's always been rigged fights. But and to the point, just to that whole point, like you were talking about the rigging and the ritualism, like these guys are just, it's just more apparent now than it's ever before. And I think at this point with what they're trying to do now, and I'm gonna just leave it at this, with the Cat Williams and with this kid Ryan Garcia, I think what they're trying to do, they're trying to monopolize the truth community or the truth revealing on certain things to make it more mainstream, because the whole CIA turned what they call what do they call that, conspiracy theory. Now that's becoming less thing. Now they're making the truth more popular now. So I think right with these things now, they're trying to make it more popularized and more mainstream now, so they can control the narrative.
Lead people nowhere at the same time, and get people to follow people like Andrew Tate, and they're like, "Oh, this guy's released all the greatest information." Like, he's not releasing anything. He's just keeping you over here distracted from what's really going on. So,
yeah, same thing with Kwame Brown, another guy.
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, Kwame was so yeah, exactly.
So I actually, and just to leave off on this, when a friend of mine, who's in the Islamic community that I'm in, they asked him Kwame Brown about, a lot of the things that goes on. He's like, why don't you talk about this, or why don't you talk about the Masonic that goes on in the NBA? He blocked them almost instantly. So these guys, all these little
who else is telling me right now? My favorite basketball player of all time is killing me right now, Rasheed Wallace, because he's coming out and talking about certain things. But I saw this interview with Bonzi Wells. Bonzi Wells, for people don't know, Phil Jackson said Bonzi Wells is the most dangerous man in the NBA once upon a time. They're both Portland Trail Blazers. But Rasheed and Bonzi are revealing all this information. And then the interviewer's like, well, what about that game 7 where you guys just like fell apart in the fourth quarter and the Lakers came back and won? And they're like, they look at each other like, oh, man, we just couldn't hit our shots. I'm like, can we somebody put that fourth quarter on and let's watch that right now and see if it was just missed shots, or let's see if it was, oh, you had a 20-point lead and what did you do? You can't like race down the court and fired up 3-point. It's like, should it be like running out the game right now? You have a huge lead. No, just dumb shots, no rebounding, no defense. It's the one with the forever highlight of Kobe and Shaq, the alley-oop as they come back.
Alley-oop lob,
It's that game. It's like, where are the Blazers in that highlight? They're not even playing defense. They're just letting Kobe and Shaq run down the court. I mean, so for them to look at each other and be like, oh, yeah, we were just missing our shots. I'm like, all right, you're sold out.
No,
too. You're sold out as well. You're hiding the main secret. The whole thing is just scripted.
Right, and he even tried to cover it up and say, "Oh well, you know, the Detroit Pistons," and maybe he's right in the sense that maybe the league didn't want the Pistons to be the face, and they want for revenue's sake. But even with all that being said, let's say if that series was authentic, so to speak, you still can't get around the fucking Lakers and the Sacramento Kings in 2002, where they literally rigged the games and shit. Like it's. To me, they're just making it more apparent. But some guys, when they bring these things out, they only can talk about Vegas. They can't talk about the actual symbolism of the rituals that go on with it.
Sure. Now I gotta. For people who are not familiar with this gentleman, he's out in Seattle, like where I started at. Almost anytime I pound payment in Seattle, he comes out and stands with us. He comes on our show a lot. For people who are not familiar. Out of all the times, though, that you've come on, I feel like you're really in your lane tonight. Is boxing like a passion of yours, or what is it?
I've been doing boxing and mixed martial arts since 2010. You know, I mean, and I've had chances to go in the amateurs, but I didn't want to cut my beard off. But I mean, I could have been pro. I could be pro right now, actually. I mean, I'm working towards that, but you know. But knowing this, I do have a boxing channel, like outside of the channel that I have teaching fighting. I have a boxing channel, and sometimes I would go live, but sometimes, you know, when I just started seeing bullshit, I just started talking shit. You know, and people be like, man, I'll just talk boxing. Don't go into all this. Like, no, fuck all that, man. When I start seeing somebody talking about they ain't trying to sell their soul, how the hell you gonna ignore that shit? Right. So I'm gonna talk about the surface level shit, because I mean, you know, I want to entertain myself, but at the same time, sometimes I used to just go and just talk about some real shit about what's going on in the world, man. It's hard not to, because what goes on is a lot of things go on in this industry that people are just not willing to accept, or they have little cognitive dissonance. They can see it in their face and then just deny it.
Indeed. For people who got here late, we went through the whole Ryan Garcia thing and the total ritual of this, and why with the whole Beast connection, why him and Andrew Tate had the interview on 3-4, and he supposedly spilled the beans about seeing these horrible things happen to children at Bohemian Grove, and did it on the 64th day of the year. And again, for the person who's new here and doesn't know what we're talking about and what we've been talking about for a decade, you learn this little simple code of letters and numbers known as gematria. You can see through the puppets and who's on strings, and Andrew Tate's one of them. And again, I mean, come on, Andrew Tate's father was in the CIA. And he had a suspicious death by the Dummers years ago. And then Tucker Carlson, who's another CIA puppet plant, made him famous. And now it's this. And you just see how they're allowing certain characters to break the internet and control the flow of information. And at the end of the day, you know, again, they just got people chasing nothing. It's like, imagine the knowledge we've been putting out for the last decade went viral and everybody knew about it. Instead of the name Ryan Garcia, forever they would, again, right from the Bible, teach a man how to fish. They know how to see through the lies every day. And through this knowledge, you can see that this is a lie, and it's another major distraction. It's another psyop on the truth community. And it's painfully obvious. But go ahead again, Frank.
Yeah, no doubt. No, for sure. And everything you're saying is on point. And I'm going to say this, before I seen your work, I've seen some bullshit before within the sport. And now, of course, without the world, but as far as boxing is concerned, when you started going into certain things, I'm like, damn, this fight was rigged. That fight, but when you break it down through how it's synced within the world news, like, oh wow, so it's really deeper than just that. You know, like that sector or that corner. You know, just like here you have the Council of Nine, the Council of 13, or the Masons, or the Rosicrucians, or what have you. They're all synced together. So it's the same thing with these different industries, and even with that being said, with me, you know, being, you know, trying to go pro, I already know that because my stuff is out there and publicly, and I know that I'm not going to get to a certain level. I'm just doing it just for a passion, just as a passion of mine. I'm not dealing with, you know, major people or anything like that. I'm just doing what I do, and probably make whatever money I can make, and just leave that shit alone. You know what I'm saying? Or at least leave certain fraternities, I should say, alone, because all this shit is dealt with a lot of different brotherhoods and fraternities, you know, and for people not to see it with all these sports, they, you know, they definitely haven't spoken to nobody in the industry, and they have not dealt with anybody in the industry to even know anything about it.
Indeed.
So that's what I would say.
Indeed. Well, I always appreciate your voice, friend. Great call as always, and thank you for coming on tonight.
No problem, Zach.
All right,
Yeah,
we'll be in touch. Have a good night.
Likewise.
All right. There's other people in the back room, so I just got to let other voices get on here. But great call. What's up, World Stage?
Hey, what's happening, brother? Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Hey, what's up, man? I was the guy the other day in the chat that said I wanted to, you know, do anything to be a part of what you're doing. I had changed both of my channel names. This one that I'm on right now, World Stage, I had thought to myself, I haven't heard anything like it. So, you know, to pitch that as a, you know, wake the fuck up.
Sure.
Instead, you know, use the World Stage Productions or anything like that. I just deleted over, I would say, 200 videos on both channels. I've deleted a lot of videos on my Facebook and Instagram to completely share your work.
Why did you delete your stuff, though? Why did you delete what you had on there?
I have a problem, you know, and it started with video gaming. Like, if there are things that I learned down the line that I tell myself I wish I could have done that in the beginning, I have a personality in which I'll just burn it all down and start over.
Okay. That's
yeah,
fair
I've had people
at the same time, if it shows like some kind of like growth as a human or just like change in a way that could resonate with somebody, could be like, damn, I used to be like that. I see why he's changing. I need to make these changes.
Absolutely. That's the channel of the other one. That's the journey where, you know, I just share my life. I'm as open as I can be. And on the World Stage channel, this is the one here. Everything, you know, I came across your work about 4 years ago, and it was one of the only things on YouTube that outside of the other channels, I asked myself, dude, why do you listen to this every day? It's repetitive. But I have an interest in intelligent talk, you know, high-minded, high intelligent individuals where I can listen. Like, again, I've been listening for 4 years straight. I've never commented or anything like that, but I've just had an ear for what you teach. And I have been, when I first started on the, I guess you can call it what you call it, the truth seeker journey. I would say I started with Alex Jones. Everything that happened in my life, it came about in a way that I hear a lot of how your life unfolded. And I think to myself, wow, you know, there's somebody out there who shares that similar feeling of like, where, like, there has to be something else to everything going on around me. It has to be something else. And from that point on, I've never heard anyone, Alex Jones. I've seen through the whole Alex Jones fiasco. I jumped off that ship a long time ago when I found out that there is nobody in the quote unquote truth community who is willing to die, go to jail, or be killed, or actually, you know, cause harm to someone else behind the truth. There is nobody. Everybody that I've heard come on your show, the last brother was as sharp as a tack. But like you said, most people, you ask yourself, what the hell are you talking about? That's not the subject. What's going on in people's heads where if gematria comes across their table, they're like, wow, either one. And I said it, I had made a couple videos today, no telling when they're going to upload, but I was talking about it. People they like information almost like somebody who smokes marijuana likes to smoke. It's not something that they don't want to use it to look around their life and say, uh, my job doesn't mean what the world tells me that it should mean. My friends, TV shows, sports, all of this different stuff. It's something's not right. It's not quite right. And I've just been a fan of your work for, like I said, almost 5 years now. And I told myself, you know what? Outside of my personal life, I am homeless. I live here in Houston, Texas. I have a tent here in the woods. And my life has unfolded in that way where I don't have any friends or anything. I hear your voice most of the day. And, like you said, it's a shame that I've seen, that forbidden knowledge guy. He came across my Instagram, and then coincidentally, maybe a couple days later, then you show what you show, and I'm like, yeah, why would you do that? Like that seems odd to me. It's the same thing with the pastors. So many people I've seen debunk what these people do in church. I was raised in a church, and I had to get out. Like you said, was it last week? Some of the people in the church were the most disgusting people that I knew in my community. But everything was okay come Sunday. And at 17, I was ready to take on my parents head to head. Not only, I know it goes on in other communities, but especially in the Black community, you ain't fucking your parents about where you going and what you ain't gonna do. That don't go down often. But I told myself, you know what? If they come in here this Sunday, I'm not going. Something don't seem right. And coincidentally, they didn't come in my room that day. And I never had to go back ever again. The same thing with my job history. I've experienced things that, if you can hear me in my voice, well spoken, have my thoughts well thought out. I'm by myself 98% of the day. No children, no girlfriend, no nothing. And I've lost jobs in a way that, again, I question life. Like, there has to be something more. So main reason I was calling, I've never done this before. I've never called into someone's show. A little jittery, but I told myself, I'm 30 years old. I'll be 31. By your knowledge, hell, I'm already 31. I'll be 32. So there are just a couple things that I've learned, and I've told people, very few people I come around about it. And again, it's like, it's a cigarette to them. They smoke it, they're done with it, and it's time to move on now. And this level of information, I've told people, if you like sports gambling, you can get the upper hand listening to Zach. If you want to know why things are happening, if you want to understand something that within 50 kilometers, nobody is studying this type of information. And you should have been a guest on, I'll just be conservative, 5 different shows. People should have had you on discussing this. But it seems like, and I talked about this in my video, and I'll let you move on to other callers, but I talked about this in my videos today, how I lost my train of thought, but like you said the other day when you were like,
I got to ask you a question. It says on it a few minutes back, and the chat's intrigued by it too. Now, you said you're living homeless in the woods and you're by yourself. Are you doing that
yes,
by choice?
No, it went, it's actually by choice because of, because I wasn't able to keep a job when my best friend and we got an apartment, and first ever apartment, first time we were out on our own. And I never try to disrespect people who can operate within the corporate America workspace. If you could do that, if you're able to, like people say, fake it till you make it, if you're able to shuck and jive and do all of that stuff, cool. I have a personality that around, like I said, 14 years old, 14, 15, right around YouTube, my life just went in a direction where the information that I was learning, and it wasn't, by choice. These things were just coming. Chemtrails, vaccines, poison and plastics, and I was just like, if I come out of my room and tell this to my parents or my friends or any, I better hear somebody tell me like, yeah, man, I'm like, yeah. But even then, I'm gonna be like, well, why didn't someone come to me with this? So, fast forward, when I finally left my parents' house at 28 years old, it was right around the time of COVID. My dad was sick. I went in there and told him, hey, I have an opportunity to leave. And, I don't think I'll ever come back. And he said, all right, I love you, good luck. So when I came out to Sugar Land, I lived with my best friend and his sister, who she was an individual who, these are people who they will help you, but they will also make your life miserable in the process, almost making you grovel. And so when the opportunity came for us to leave, which she had told her brother, because of my personality, again, you can hear it in my voice. All the information that I've had pumped into my head, it shaped who I am as a person. Excuse my language, but I don't, you'll hear it on my channel if anyone's, I don't tap dance around anything. A lot of what goes on, most of what goes on in humanity makes me sick. Because of my father, I've learned how to adjust on the fly to able to just get a job, to be able to work at a job for 6 months or whatever. But there always comes a point where out of a company of 50 people, 500 people, I'm the one that I'm under the microscope. And I've tried all these different techniques, ass kissing, joining conversations that I have no business being in, engaging with homosexuals, the whole thing. And I've even told, I just lost my job here at Walmart recently for reasons that are my fault. And everyone I explained it to, they said, well, you had to do what you had to do. The way I was raised, you made a mistake, own it. And after that, I had another job in which I was released because I felt like I knew more about the position than the guy teaching me, in which in the restaurant business, as the new guy, you're going to wash dishes. You're going to take out trash. You're going to be kind of the guy that's just running around doing things for the people who are already there. And he had texted me the next day saying, we don't need you here because all you're doing is washing dishes and nothing else. Every time this has happened, I've cried. I've went on full tyrannical rants on YouTube. I don't have a relationship with any of my family, and none of this is by choice. I've been put out of so many places because people, they get to see my character. I'm quiet. And it's kind of like I've asked myself, am I where I am in my life because of the things that I know, that it would make sense that I'm talking to Zachary K. Hubbard on the internet, that if I was living with someone, I wouldn't have had the courage to do it. But I'm in the woods. I can do whatever I want. Or am I here because of something like a character flaw? In the contribution to your podcast, I think I would bring an element that's pretty entertaining. I'm somewhat like yourself. When I get frustrated, that's when people think I'm funny. It's like raw comedy. When you're talking like you're a stupid motherfucker, wake your ass up. I remember the live, I think it probably did last year. And you said, you were like, you think these athletes really show this type of emotion through wins and losses? And he was like, let me try to do it. And you just went into an impression of how they act like they're depressed, how they act. I remember I was cleaning the floor, mopping, and the Super Bowl was on right behind me, this past Super Bowl. And I had I mean, you'd have thought it was Polo or something on TV. I was just like, I don't care. It's nonsense. So
Sure. Yeah, well, I can relate with things you're saying. I have trouble in the workplace too, because when authority says something to me that I don't appreciate, and authority will tend to do that, talk down to people, I'll always say something right back, and it'll usually be my last day on the job.
yeah,
So I understand where you're coming from. I was going to say the advantage of living the way you are right now is if they do have something crazy planned for humanity to pull the plug for any period of time, you're going to have a big start on everybody, and you're going to know exactly how to do just fine without the luxuries that everyone's so used to. Yeah, again, if you do want to exist in the workplace, you usually do got to be pretty agreeable and have that skill to turn in the other cheek and just not saying anything. And I'm definitely not the best at that either. So
no, it becomes disgusting hearing people say, "Oh, you know that's how they are." In my mind, I'm like, "You're not finna do that shit over here, bro. I'm not gonna be the guy going home, and I know you're this person, and I come back and just continue to let you do it." Again, this world is going so far backwards. And when you ask yourself, well, what to talk about on the podcast to get more people, and you do it, but I think it needs to be done. That's why you said like multiple people on a panel where LeBron James and the steroids. I just made a video today, and people, I guess they call it journalistic integrity, but I don't have time for these. Yes, I believe LeBron James, and I know he's on steroids. I believe the boy gave it to his son that caused the boy to have a heart attack. Either that and the vaccine mixed together. Are you stupid? Don't play with me. This is not a joke. I'm not gonna say, oh well, I'm allegedly. Dude, don't play with me, man. It's not the Donald Trump with the tennis shoes. I grew up watching a lot of stuff like Wells Fargo, black and white TV. It's something that I got from my dad. And I think if Donald Trump was to try stuff like that during those times, wouldn't you think they would look at him like, get this guy out of here? It's just yeah, man, there's so many angles to attack this garbage from, but gematria is something that, of course, it's not taught in schools. It's not brought up on Alex Jones, Tucker Carlson, none of these disgusting shills, the Ryan Garcia mess. Why does it matter? Why does it matter that if he got tied down and have to watch it? The internet has provided you for darn near 20 years
true
of ritualistic stuff. And Ryan Garcia is going to make you say, oh, I care today. No, people don't want to, they don't want to lose their kids. They don't want to lose their job. They don't want to lose their raise or promotion. So they don't give a damn. It feels good to be subscribed to gematria and you hear some shit like, oh man, that's man. But at the end of the day, it's only a select few people that actually take this information and it just does something to them on the inside where, the more you hear about it, the more you see your examples and other people in your community. It becomes something that, like I said, you can't force yourself to be interested. It's just something has to be in you where it has to resonate with you. And like I said, I've been listening to you every day. If I had a girlfriend, she'd be like, bro, he's talking about the same stuff every day. So again, it's like either this man done invented something that's like the world's greatest magic trick, and or he's talking about something that nobody want to touch. And I think if they touch it, all conversations end. People are scared to say Jesuit. People are scared to say Jewish. People are scared to say Pope. And it's ridiculous. So that's why the Dog and Pony Show will keep going. I love what you do, brother. I'll let other people get on.
I appreciate that. And we'll find a spot for you on the podcast. You speak well, and you got an interesting life story too. So, and maybe as a community, we can help you find success. I don't know. Maybe you want to be in the woods because there will be an advantage to that someday. But if you want to also get back into a place, maybe we can figure out a way to help out with that too. So
I'm grateful, brother. I'll see you later, man. I'm going to continue to watch you. Take care.
All right. Have a good night. You take care.
You too, brother. Bye-bye.
I'll tell you what, though. He's got a cell phone that sounds better than half the colors. Let's go out to Tony. Tony, what's up? You got to unmute yourself.
Hey, what's up, Zach? You can hear me?
Oh, yeah. I know exactly who this is. It's the veteran in New York. What's up, man?
Oh, what's good? I'm gonna stay on topic. The first one I want to talk about is the Ryan Garcia. I saw your post. When did he put out that tweet about June 6th earthquake?
Today, on the 66th day of the year.
Wow. And you know what? The NBA Finals start that date too.
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
So how many days is from the day to that date?
You know, I got to remind about when they had that crazy earthquake in LA. You remember that? They said the epicenter was on the military base, China Lake, on the nation's birthday, 7/4. And then there was an even bigger earthquake the next day in the same region. You remember that?
Was that the same day that it was an earthquake in Hawaii and in California? Was that the same day?
That was it was about 6 months before Kobe died. About 6 months before COVID, too, out of China. When they buried Kobe in Corona Del Mar. All those things were synced up together. We talked about that in the past. But the huge July 4th, it was July 4th, 2019. Big earthquake on the military base in California. I just see this Ryan Garcia's down from L.A. You know, Hollywood's always been hyping that San Andreas fault line. I was just thinking about how they synced that with the NBA, that earthquake. You might recall Zion Williamson was playing his first NBA Summer League game, and they had to stop the game. I think they were on 74 points. They had to stop.
Yes,
the game
I remember that. I remember that. That was during the Summer League thing.
So I just snapped into my mind because I'm thinking, okay, he's down in LA, you know.
And the fight he's supposed to be fighting is 420, right?
Oh, I didn't. You know what? I didn't even look into that.
Yeah, Ryan gonna see for the fight that Haney do on 420, and he putting that date 6/6. So I'm thinking from the when he put the post out or when the fight's supposed to be into that 6/6 date, what is he trying to say?
Yeah, you're right. He is fighting on 420. Let me look at this real quick because it all started Sunday, March 3rd, with the slit throat 666 Satan on top message. Let's see. So he put that out. Interesting. It was so his fight is. I'm gonna have to look into the fight. So it started with the March 3rd X post 48 days before the fight, or 6 weeks and 6 days. There's that 6/6 again. Real or new here? 48. Big number with the Illuminati. Big number. And then let me see the fight to his earthquake prediction. Huh? It's funny. It's 47 days after the fight to the earthquake prediction. So interesting. Yeah, I'm going to research. Do you know who he's fighting? Who his opponent is? Devin Haney. Devin Haney. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, because I saw that the last time he was in the headlines before this whole ordeal with the March 3rd tweet and what's happened since. I saw that his last thing was promotion for his upcoming fight, and I didn't actually look into when it was. That's weird. Devin Haney's name is the same as earthquake in gematria. What are the odds?
What is the numbers for earthquake?
So in the most simple cipher, Devin Haney and earthquake both equal 107. And if you guys have not read my first book, Letters and Numbers, I talk about the 1989 World Series earthquake in there and the number 107. Again, 1989 World Series was Oakland versus San Francisco, Bay Area series, California. And right before the game started, the earthquake happened at 5:04 p.m. Pacific time. 5:04. We call baseball the 54 number, or the 54 part. 54 outs in gematria, baseball 54. But anyway, the thing is, the last thing shown on TV before it cut to fuzz because of the earthquake was Jose Canseco crossing home plate with his 33 jersey, pumping his fists, and then the whole TV goes off because of the earthquake. But it was exactly 107 days after Jose Canseco's birthday, and his full name equals 107 in gematria, just like earthquake, like military. And now I'm seeing Devin Haney equals 107, just like that. So I'm saying, what are the odds of that? I'm gonna have to do a follow up on this because I ignored the whole fight angle.
So you think it'll be an earthquake? It'll be an earthquake to start the NBA Finals. It'll be an earthquake to start the NBA Finals.
Well, I'm just thinking then they'd be syncing it up with basketball again in sports, and possibly California again. So we'll see.
Okay. This one. So, Sorry, Zach.
That's okay. That's okay. I wish I could pass you some water through the mic.
Sorry about this one. This one is off topic, but I want you to look into this one. Why is the New York subway system in the news so much? Now the governor is talking about she want to put National Guards in the subway station. So I'm thinking.
I heard that today she deployed the National Guard to the subway. Did you see that since you're in New York?
Yeah, I haven't been there, but they said it's gonna happen soon.
Okay.
And I'm thinking about Bernard Getz or something. So I'm thinking somebody brought up Bernard Getz, the vigilante who shot the motherfucker on the train. And I'm thinking they might be syncing it up with him or something, with all this subway stuff and the Dawn. And what was the other dude? Frank James, whatever his name is.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to research that angle more. That being in the headlines, today's the 193rd day of her age, the 44th prime number, and as we know, military's 44. Now the National Guard's officially part of the U.S. military, just like soldiers 44, infantry's 44, troopers 44. So she's deploying the military to the subway because reportedly people are getting thrown on the tracks. I'll have to look into all the angles you just brought up because I don't know as much about that history as you do.
And I think this is the 120th year of New York. I think November 4th or something will be the 120th year of the New York subway system.
Okay.
So did 120 hit anything?
Well, 120, what we always say with 120 is, the word Illuminati also equals 120, and 120 is the 15th triangular number. And again, the Illuminati was founded on the first day of the 5th month. It's like Skull and Bones has, Skull and Bones part of that Illuminati network. They have 15 members per year. So there's that relationship with 15 and 120. I don't know exactly where 120 would fit in with, NYC has the gematria 15, the abbreviation for New York City. But I'm not sure if there's a greater connection to the subway. I'd have to look more into it.
Okay, one more thing before I go. I want to go back to the Ryan Garcia thing. You see that everybody trying to call him crazy, mentally ill or whatever, but sometimes listen to what he's talking about. He talking about he got raped when he was 2 years old. He talking about Bohemian Grove. They watching pedophile movies. Nobody want to talk about that. They want to talk about how crazy he is.
Sure, and I mean, yeah, he very well might have gotten raped. It seems like a lot of people on the world stage have had to submit their anus to be where they are. But it's also obvious that he's up to this, and it's a ploy, and it's just puppet on strings, more rituals by the numbers as well, synced up with Andrew Tate, just like I was talking about.
Exactly, Andrew Tate, exactly. He said you shouldn't say that or whatever. Like, dog, it sounds like they broke you in already. Talking about you shouldn't say that.
Yeah,
they gonna come after you. Like, what do you know, Andrew Tate? That's why you did that. They locked you up for.
Yeah. Again, so many people are under the impression that Tucker Carlson's some kind of truth teller when he's literally one of the worst propagandists on TV, and he has been on TV on CNN since the days of 9/11, where he used to be shouting down anyone questioning the events of that day. It makes me sick that people think Tucker Carlson's some kind of truth teller. He's one of the biggest, snarkiest pieces of trash from the 21st century on television.
What about this? Andrew Tate ain't no better. Andrew Tate ain't no better.
He made Andrew Tate famous. And then the connection is both of them had parents that were in the CIA. So it's not hard to see how these little puppets are chosen. And now it's factoring into the latest ritual by the numbers with this guy, Ryan Garcia, and how he's putting out news by the numbers each day. So.
And he's 25 years old right now. And he got
25 fights under his belt. Just like where I started, he's fought 25 times. Both his name and Andrew Tate's name equals 97, the 25th prime, just like how it was the 97th NFL season that they made the touchback 25 yards, and you had the Brady 25-point comeback on the Falcons on 2-5. It's just always the same patterns and numbers. And like I said, also, his news is popular at the time that you have this reality TV star who's dead at age 25. And
talking about the sister wives stuff thing, whatever.
Yeah, if you missed the beginning of the stream, I covered it. And this is happening in March. And March equals 25 in gematria. So you have all these focus on 25-year-olds. Everything I started with at the beginning of the show was all this stuff with 25 right now, including these two stories. But it's not an accident. This is happening in March, the month that equals 25 in gematria.
We done passed the Ides of March, or that done passed?
The Ides of March is upcoming. March 15th is the Ides of March.
Okay,
yeah,
March
the Ides of
15th.
March,
Okay.
March 15th. So,
Okay, so expect something major in the news, right?
right. Always. Hopefully I'm not getting wasted on the Ides of March. The Ides of March has been bad for me in history. I've gotten one year they took away all my income. Another year I had every online account I have hacked. It's just
What day of the year is the Ides of March on this year? You said March 15th. What
it's
day?
always March 15th. It's always
I mean,
March 15th.
what number? What day of the month? Like what day?
Well, in a non-leap year, it's always the 74th day of the year, like killing.
74. Oh,
remember the Ides of March is remember the killing of Caesar by stabbing in the year 44 BC. Remember what they did last year? Last year, FedNow put out the thing that they're going to begin certifying the FedNow system the first week of April. And then on 4/4, the first week of April, Bob Lee, who like pretty much gave us digital currency, got stabbed to death in a Jesuit Big Tech, San Francisco. Remember Bob Lee got stabbed to death?
Yeah.
April 4th. It was just so obvious. It's like, man, this stuff is just sick. We were down in San Francisco educating about that right after it happened. We had a big crowd of people just stopping and listening like, oh my God. That's why this knowledge, you guys, it needs to get out so bad. When you present this the right way in front of people, you can just see how they're like, oh my God, I got to look more into this. Anyway.
Yeah, I think those all the topics I wanted to hit right there. I just wanted to hit that Ryan Garcia one quick, like with the earthquake. I'm like, wow, why got to be 6-6 and the NBA Finals got to be starting that day?
Right.
and the fight supposed to be on 420.
Right. Yeah. So.
All right.
Well,
all right.
As always, man. Good call, Tony. Thank you.
All right, Zach.
All right. You have a good night.
Okay.
All right, we got a couple more people in the back room. Instagram Endgame Exposure. What's up?
Hello, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
All right, hello there, Zach. What's up, man?
Yeah, how you doing?
Yeah, so I want to talk about Ryan Garcia.
Yeah, go ahead.
Diaz equals.
Oh, hold on. You cut out. You said you want to talk about it, and it came back and you're saying equals. I'm pretty sure you were saying something between there and there. What equals what?
Ryan Garcia Diaz, which is his full name, equals 241, and that is the 53rd prime, like how, the date written 5-3. And then also Ryan Garcia equals 159, and that is the 35th prime, like how, everything went down yesterday, 3-5. I thought that was interesting.
And Ryan Garcia alone equals 65, and March 5th was the 65th day of the leap year, and there was a lot of 65 stuff in the news in addition to him.
So, exactly. And then it's 4 days after the eclipse when he said he would die. 4 is the number that represents death, so I thought that was pretty interesting too as well.
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of things are leading up to that eclipse. And then kind of off topic, but, the KD game yesterday when he scored 35 points on 3-5 at age 35. Date written 35, Suns equals 35. And then
a nice pattern we've been taking advantage of on the Patreon is 35 Thursdays. Suns equals 35. Durant number 35, 35 years old. He keeps scoring the first bucket on Thursdays when the Suns are playing. And again, I don't want to ruin the pattern, but it's a nice payout when you can catch the guy who's going to score the first bucket. And yeah, for him to score 35 on 3-5, I mean, just slapping the fans in the face with the obvious script. So.
Yeah, I actually got in on your one call with the Jeremy Grant that you said a while back ago. I'm a part of the Patreon, but I don't get to watch all the streams. But when I do, I may place like a little small bet here and there. But yeah, you nailed it. I believe he was like 333 days into Jeremy Grant's age, 39th pick, which is the 9th pick. The second round, he wears number 9. So I thought that was a great call.
Yeah, he had a lot lined up. There's been a lot of nice little player prop calls, but Kevin Durant's one of the easiest ones.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and I was just using the knowledge too, messing around. I'm from San Antonio, and we have the same birthday as the Illuminati. We were established May 1st, 1718. And San Antonio equals 58, and then 58 years later, the Illuminati was established on that exact same day. And I feel like the city in general is like a real like any other city that's big, has a lot of like energy that they harness, and the eclipses are coming like right over us this year.
Yeah. Big ritual starting down where the big focus is on the border at Eagle Pass.
Yes, exactly where Trump was at.
Yeah. Just by the way, for the person in the chat who says, Zach, what is the best argument you've come up against trying to dismiss, dispel your work or knowledge? Honestly, I don't have. Probably the best argument is for the people who think it's just like, oh God, it's all just the way the world's operating. But I don't think that's a very good argument. So I mean, I guess what I'm saying is I don't think I've seen any good arguments to dispel what we're demonstrating every single day. And I'd like to see a good argument. That's what I'm always saying. Come debate. I got so many trolls and haters and critics, but then nobody wants to come on and give it the old 1-2 punch to knock my work, down to the canvas. I want to see somebody come do it. I don't think it can be done. So,
yeah.
Anyway, go ahead. What else did you want to say about this?
I mean, that's about it. Not really much. I need to do more research. I appreciate your work, daily work you put in daily, getting this information out. Inspired me a lot to speak out more. And yeah, man, that's about it.
All right. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Have a good night.
Yeah, have a good night. Okay, if you guys want to be part of the show, again, I'm dropping the link down in the chat. If you got here late, we are also doing a contest giveaway tonight. And again, if you wear a double XL and you'd like a Gematria Effect News hoodie, we got the Gematria Effect and the news down in red. Same one I've had for years. I found some double XLs in the box today. I thought I didn't have any hoodies left, but some 2XLs got tucked away. I have 5 of them. If you would like to earn one of these tonight, you got to make a donation of $5. You can do it the way it is on the screen. You can do it in a super chat, but you also got to send an email to me, gematriaeffectnews@gmail.com, and just say, hey, Zach, I donated $5 via super chat, PayPal, Venmo. There's going to be more than an entry, so not everyone's going to win one, but it's a chance to win a $50 hoodie that the shipping's probably going to cost $15 on. So $5. If you don't, and specify if you would like a hoodie, because only certain people are going to want the double XL hoodie. The other thing is, these are out on Amazon. Shout out to Anne. She took the first 10 chapters of my book, Letters and Numbers, and she put it into a 2-part series. And she sent me some so I could check out what they're like. Again, you can buy these on Amazon. They're not that expensive. You can get both for $8. All the proceeds are going to Anne. I'm not making anything off of them, and I'm totally fine with that because, like I've always said, I want to see more people get a cash flow and have time to do more. And maybe in the future, Anne, who writes, she can help me edit a book and make a book better than I've ever made before. It's just like, what's the phrase? You wash my back, I'll wash your back. So I appreciate that she did this. My books aren't selling anymore anyway, so this is another way to hopefully get this knowledge into more people's hands. But she sent me a box full of them. What I said is, maybe you enter for the hoodie tonight, but when I do the drawing, it goes to somebody else. Consolation prize, or maybe you just want these tonight. I'll send autographed copies. So if you want the book and not the hoodie, just write, I'm entering for the book. Zach, can you sign it? Make it out to this. Can you write welcome back? When I did my book signing for, everybody asked me to write welcome back Truth Seeker. So I ended up writing down a lot of books, but if you want me to write anything, just let me know. Just make sure it's not a story because, again, time is of the essence. But a sentence or two, I'm happy to write that. So I got a number of these books. I'll send part 1 and part 2 and sign them for you. And again, the big item tonight, you got to make a minimum $20 donation. It's the Blue Yeti mic with the pop filter. And again, make sure you specify in the email that you've entered for the mic. And right now there's about $400 total dollars in entries. I said I wouldn't go past 500. If all of a sudden a surge of money comes in and we go past 500, I'll buy more mics and we'll do more mic giveaways. But yeah, also, since this maybe looks like it could be successful, way to get stuff out there that promotes the work. Oh, by the way, the other thing I was saying about the mic is if you want to enter for the mic, I also want you to become part of the podcast. I want you to be involved in the podcast we're doing. So that's why I want to get a nice mic out there so you have a good, a good sound, rich for the podcast, and be a contributor as well. You don't have to contribute to every show we do, but again, I'm hoping we'll get like a group of at least 5 committed people who want to be a part of the podcast and talk about what's going on in the week and bounce ideas off each other. And again, I always enjoy listening to a show that has more than one voice. Listening to the same person all the time can get boring. And that's also probably part of the reason that, this channel's never done as well as it has, because we don't have like consistently guests on. I imagine if we'd been doing this over the years and there was always 5 of us here sharing information, we would have done at least 5 times better. All right, let's go out to Winning with Gematria. What's up, Winning with Gematria?
Hey, why don't you get a job? You fucking
You're,
bitch. You not hear me, pussy?
Oh, it's a troll. I see, it's a troll. Well, the only person in the room right now is a troll. So now that we see it's a troll, do you guys want the troll drama? Some of you guys like the troll drama. Should we hold on? You know what? Here, troll. I'm going to let you come back on. But again, I just want you to address, before you say anything else besides talking nonsense, I want you to address how I'm able to come on here every single day and show exactly how the news rituals are lining up with the calendar and the code of letters and numbers, and why you're out in the world putting out just literally nothing but nonsense, putting out memes, like really dumb memes trying to make me look bad. Like, if you guys don't know who this is, like, he has a Twitter page, and here, I'm going to show people like here, I'm going to give this guy some exposure. So if you guys want to check out this troll, Honey Badger Trains at 1man093552. And again, he's just like posting stuff like this all day. Like you can see the little meme with my face in there and New World Order. Maybe there's some stuff. They're making fun of RPM Trey now. It's like, how are you going to attack RPM Trey standing up for everybody's rights and liberties? I mean, look at this stuff. If you guys don't know who this guy is in the community, another brilliant mind, great decoder, but like, who is this spending their time doing this? But yeah, just like total weirdo. So you just called like making fun of us standing out in crowd dropping knowledge? Like, really? You want to make fun of that? Show me you doing anything half as worthwhile in your life. It's just like, anyway, some people would say ignore the trolls, but I also just want to remind people that there's always been a guy like this trying to distract and be in my ear every single day since 2015, just nonstop trolling. It's always somebody new. And maybe he took down the one like this. Like, who is making this? Like, how weird are you for making this? God, it's just... Anyway, you guys, this is the stuff I have to deal with for sharing this knowledge. Just weirdos and creeps, and he wants to call in and start talking trash over the thing. All right. Oh, shit, I don't even have the right thing up on the screen. I don't even have the right thing up on the screen so you guys can't see it. You know what? Maybe it's better you guys don't see what I was trying to show you. Oh, my God. Hold on. Yeah, it's probably better. It's probably better I did not show you. But if you were listening, you heard what his Twitter page is, and you can go look with your own eyes. Before we put this guy, I just want you to see how he spends his days. Literally just making stuff like this all day. Hold on. Right here. This is what so we're about to bring this guy on who we just brought on. He was trolling. His connection was all broken up. And he's calling me names. Like, dude, look at how you spend your days. Okay. So now, do you want to explain yourself?
Give me money. Give me money. Give me.
I guess he's not going to explain himself. But yeah, just got to deal with these weirdos and trolls 24/7, 365. And again, people who have like way bigger platforms and followings, they don't have a fraction of the trolls I got. I got to deal with trolls and weirdos all day. And I know why that is. It's because we're exposing something serious and sinister. Again, if you got here late, feel free to rewind the stream. You can do that in a live stream. That little red bar at the bottom, you can just drag it back to the beginning. You'll start right at the start of the stream. Let's go out to Science Guy. Science Guy.
Yeah, I just wanted to come on here real quick just to like I'm starting to think that these trolls are I'm hoping that they're agents, because if they're not, then that's actually kind of scary to me, to be honest.
I
Because
agree. I agree. Like, I really hope he's getting paid to make those kind of things all day. But I'm like, God, who'd pay this guy to do this? It just,
yeah, like if they're not agents, it would just be even worse. Because I just can't see myself sitting up just stalking a guy every single day for years. That stuff is crazy to me.
exactly. And I literally, for people who don't know, I literally have people who've been stalking me. That's not an exaggeration. Stalking me every day for almost a decade now. Almost a decade. I mean, that's crazy to think that people have spent their entire life just trying to harass me every day. So,
That just shows that what you're doing is definitely having an impact. I mean, if I've never seen anyone get trolled to this degree out of like all my time being on the internet, period. I've never seen anyone get this heavily harassed on the internet. Like, it's actually harassment at this point. These
yeah.
people just constantly, I think, I'm trying to think. I think it was maybe like a week ago you did a stream and it was just troll after troll after troll after troll calling in. I'm like, my God, like, Jesus Christ, man.
That guy who made that meme that I just showed, he spends his days now calling Sweet Lady at work too. That's how bad it is. You know, he's not just harassing me online. He's trying to mess with Sweet Lady and call her place. I mean, that's how crazy these people are. And I don't even know how they figured out where Sweet Lady, or what her name is, or where she works. I never put out Sweet Lady's name online, so it's like, how'd they even figure it out?
See, yeah, and then that's another thing that, I mean, people can dox people and stuff, but that's another thing that makes me think they're agents. Like, maybe they're getting information from some people behind closed doors. I mean, I know some people might think that sounds crazy, but it's just, this stuff is wild. They're calling your wife at her job and shit. Like, come on, man. It's just like, dude.
Yeah, yeah, indeed.
Yeah, but that's all I really wanted to do, was just come up here and address that. It's just crazy how you get trolled this hard. It's like unbelievable.
Yeah, I appreciate it. The troll's still on the line. Did you want to say anything to him?
Did I want to say something to the troll?
Yeah. Actually,
I
don't. He might look you up and start harassing you too. Never mind.
Yeah, he might he might dox me. I don't even.
Yeah, don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it. All right, man.
Yeah,
Well, I appreciate you coming on and speaking up about that. Thank you.
Yep, you have a good one.
All right, yeah. Take care. All right, he dropped out. The troll dropped out. We literally have nobody in the back room. Again, if you want to join the show tonight, the way to join is through that link. And somebody is blowing up my cell phone right now. And I don't know if it's a troll or somebody who thinks this is the way to call in tonight. I'll try out. This person has blown up the number all night. So just in case they're really trying to get in. 224?
Hello.
224.
Hey, how you doing, Zach?
It's going all right.
This is Zach.
This is Zach.
Okay. Hey, we met a while back when you were doing the live in Chicago about a couple of my buddies out. We said, what's up, man?
Well, thank you for coming out. That was a good turnout in Chicago. There were a lot of people out there that night.
It really was, man. So shout out to you for bringing us all out there, because that's how it starts, man. Just that one thing in common you all have, bringing out the great in everybody.
Indeed. Yeah, thank you and your friends for coming out. I appreciate that.
Let me just give a quick shout out to my dude, Pat, D-Wiz, and all my people in South Philly.
All right, man.
But yeah, man, that's all I got to do, man. All right, thank you, Zach. You have a good night.
Yeah, you too. Thank you. Yeah, Chicago. Man, what I learned in Chicago is you got to pay $20 just to park minimum on the street. I was like, wow, minimum $20 to park on the street? What year was that? That was 2022. That was on the way out to New York City. And yeah, that night, a lot of people ended up coming out and stayed out there for a while. Lots of conversations with the truth seekers. If you guys missed it when we went from Seattle to New York, hitting all the cities in between, you know, Interstate 90 across the U.S. pretty much. A lot of good gatherings, city to city. And yeah, it's got to happen more, man. It's so nice to see people come out and just instantly have a connection and conversations. It's like that every time. Every city we've gone to, strangers just coming out and instantly connecting. And sure, the commonality is people are coming out and they're interested in what's going on and they're inquiring things and they know about gematria, which is like a niche subject at this point in history, but it shouldn't be. It should be accessible to everyone. Everyone should know about this. This knowledge allows you to see through the market, sports, news, elections, ritual murder every day. And that's not Cap. You know, Cat Williams is the Cap master. He's out capping everywhere and everyone's listening to it. And like I said, his new name should be Cap Williams. Cap Williams. It's like, yeah, when I was 12, I dropped out and was living on the streets. I could have gone to MIT, Harvard. Instead, I decided to steal car radios. I'm like, okay. But this is what people are listening to. I'm sure this is a real story. Anyway. What's up, No Change?
Hey, Zach. How's that?
Guy, No Change from the country. Now I see the full title. Okay.
Hey,
what make those weirdo memes? What's that about? What's the weird memes in the middle of the night?
How's that little pussy-ass gym going? I just want to know. How's that little pussy gym going? I need to know.
Okay, hey, you can hate on everything. Hey, hating won't. Being a hater doesn't help you. Okay. Anyway, let's go out to Nasir Wade.
Yo. Hello.
Nasir Wade, what's up?
Hey, I had a question, my boy.
Okay.
So how come did you try to say that the shooting at the Chiefs Super Bowl parade was fake?
When did we say it was fake?
We did a live stream and you was talking about how it was synced up with some numbers, and I was actually
we said it was coordinated. We said it was coordinated. We didn't say it was fake. We said it's for agenda.
Nah, it wasn't, because I was actually there in person, and it wasn't nothing like that. I was definitely there. No trouble.
Okay, so then what was behind the shooting? Okay, tell me about what was behind the shooting.
Okay, so I was standing right next to the stage, and like I said, when I was walking away, I heard some shots, and then I heard more shots, and they know who the shooters is and everything. Like, I was legitimately there.
So how is anything you just said proof that it wasn't coordinated and planned?
Because I literally seen who the police drew down on the shooter. I literally seen him.
So how does that I don't understand how what you're saying means it wasn't coordinated. Nothing you're saying is logical.
Because I literally knew the motherfucker who was shooting. Like, I literally knew him. Like, personally.
How well do you know him? What's your relationship with him?
I went to school with him for 4 years, and we played on the same.
You went to school with him for 4 years. So when was the last time you talked to him before the shooting?
2 weeks before that, because we had made
2 weeks before. So what was he doing in the 2 weeks since you talked to him before that?
Shit, I don't know.
You don't know. So how, you don't know what went on the 2 weeks before that. So how do you know everything about that moment?
I mean, like I said, I know his sister. Like, I'm like, my family is hella close with his family, so it's like, just because we didn't talk in 2 weeks don't mean nothing happened in 2 weeks. You feel what I'm saying?
I don't hear anything that you said that convinces me that it wasn't a planned and orchestrated event.
Okay, so how do you think it was coordinated for agenda? You let me know.
Because that's what's going on left and right all over this nation. All these perfect rituals to create an excuse to strip away people's rights and liberties.
I mean, yeah, I agree with the other stuff, but not that one, because I was actually there. Like, not like the school shootings. Yeah, I agree on that. The racial psyops. Yeah, I agree on that. But this one, nah, because I was there. Like, I seen it for myself.
Well, out of all these shootings, I've never seen the politicians come out and immediately say, like, this is the final straw. We got to do something about this. And keep in mind, it's right after number 15, Mahomes has his Super Bowl ritual, getting his 15th playoff game, and we're always documenting how Gunn and NRA's 15, and you just saw Wayne LaPierre step down on 1-5. Right after number 15 has his big rigged Super Bowl ritual, plus everything else we talked about it. So, again, I don't hear any evidence in anything you're saying. We'd have to believe that you know this person so well, and you know that. So, okay, you know him so well. So why did he just decide he's lived his whole life, and now he's going to go out and shoot up the Kansas City Chiefs Super Bowl parade? Since you know him so well, why'd he do it then?
Because he was a Niners fan, and he had big money on.
Because he was a Niners fan? Come on, man. Come on. Talk about cap. That was all cap right there. All right, let's go out to Advanced Trance. What's up, man?
Yeah, what up, Zach? How you doing, man?
Doing all right.
That's cool. I'll just ask a question real quick. How's the what do you call it? The song submissions coming in for the WTFU radio?
What's coming in for it?
The song submissions that you put out there.
Oh, I need. We have about 5 entries, so I'm planning to play those and get the feedback from the community. Yeah, we're gonna do that.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
Have you
That's what
submitted an entry?
Yeah, I did. I goofed up the first time because I thought people can just take the song off of YouTube, and I resubmitted it through Proton Mail. And I
Okay.
actually, yeah,
Okay, yeah, you're one of the 5 entrants. Then we haven't had a whole lot of entrants, but we've had about a handful. So yeah, I will play those.
okay, that's cool.
All right, appreciate
Yeah.
that. Thanks for making an entry.
Absolutely, and I also subscribe to Spotify, so I appreciate it.
Thank you for doing that. Not a whole lot of people did. I appreciate that.
All right, I'll be blasting it at work.
Thank you, man. Appreciate that. We'll
All
give
right,
you something on there too.
Thank you.
You have a good night. Okay. We got Truth Does Not Exist in the back room. He's token away like a young 18-year-old. What's up, young Marley?
Hey man, what's up? I looked into the Ryan hold on, let me turn my music off. I looked into the I forgot what the guy's name is, but it doesn't matter. So I decoded it, and I noticed that the initials for his name, because they said RG is dead and his throat is slit. RG equals 25, just like he's 25 years old. And I also noticed that the date numerology for when this all happened, which was March 3rd, it had a date numerology of 14, and dead equals 14. So, and you know, I saw that you had already documented the whole death ritual on the, you know, the 34 with the I'm okay and beast and all that stuff. But yeah, I had that was my piece that I added in. And also I had found some articles where the solar eclipse is happening, and they're talking about how the solar eclipse is gonna cause like power outages where it's happening, and like, you know, that they're telling people to like fill up on gas and stuff like that, and it's really bizarre. And also I sent you an email to Gematria Effect News at Gmail with a bunch of new logos for the show. If you could put them up on the screen. Well,
I'll do that at a later time. I'm not gonna do that right now, but yeah, I can do that.
And also this was something I was gonna cover last week, but I didn't get to because I was sick, and so I didn't call into TFR last week. But AT&T had you had covered the same article, the AT&T network outage on CNN. I noticed that the image of the phone that they had, it said that it was 76% on the cell phone charge, and 76% or 76 was just like in Leave the World Behind, you know, that there's Barack Obama 76. You know, it started with the mug that said 76. And
from the Netflix premiere to the cell phones going down was also 76 days later.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, and it was about Act 76, the whole thing with the white lion.
And for people who didn't for people who watched the Obama movie that came out late last year about, you know, the cell phones being out and the grid going down and then seemingly like World War breaking out and everyone's confused. Again, you see the white lion land on the beach, that big oil tanker in the movie, and then the only radio signal that they can communicate with is 1669. And if you look in the history book, the white lion was the first slave ship in the year 1669. And or excuse me, 1619. I'm tripping about the number. 1619. Yeah. 1619 is the year of the White Lion slave ship, and then that's the signal in the movie, 1619. And again, in Gematria, Barack Obama equals 76, just like slave equals 76, like Negro, like blues, like Rasta, like how the federal government recognized Black History Month in 76. Apollo Creed was dead at the beginning of Black History Month this year at age 76. Every year we're talking about the same stuff. They traded Ben Simmons the other year in the 76ers trade on literally the anniversary of the federal government recognizing Black History Month, February 10th, because the date's like 10/2, like 102, like slavery's 102, like the American Civil War began on the 102nd day of the year. But Barack Obama, his book, A Promised Land, plays on that biblical prophecy, and A Promised Land 76. And like he just mentioned, in the book of the Bible, Acts, A-C-T-S, a word I cannot pronounce. I always makes it sound like a chopping axe, but A-C-T-S is the 44th book of the Bible. Acts 7:6 is the verse about 400 years of slavery. And then the next verse is about how after 400 years, that nation will be punished. And remember, 400 years of slavery in America hit August 2019. And then the COVID simulation and then the pandemic was right behind that. And the U.S. was the hardest hit country. And none of this stuff's an accident. It's all big ritual.
Yeah. Yeah. And in that article, it talked about how the network outage happened at 3:30 a.m. Eastern time. And it also just randomly talked about how AT&T acquired Cricket in 2014. Well, Cricket equals 33 in the most pure cipher, just like the outage happened at 3:30. So it's funny how they put in
the other thing is like if the signal went down, like crickets is associated with silence. Like all I hear is the crickets.
Oh yeah, that's true. And there's a whole thing with the animals. The whole thing with the animals in the show, like apparently like being affected by the power going out and all that stuff.
Yeah.
It's also symbolic. I had texted you yesterday of a new potential name for the radio show. What did you think of it?
I forgot to look. Whoa, or hold on, you put it in the private chat.
Oh,
I forget because I've been so busy this week because I've had to deal with this other nightmare behind the scenes and just trying to keep up with everything. You can write it again. I forget what it was.
I just wrote it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that could work. That could work.
So. Okay, cool. Yeah, and I'm definitely looking forward to contributing to the radio show. I didn't like put a thing in for the microphone because I already have this microphone. But yeah, I'd also like to like help with more merch giveaways at some point because I have like hundreds of I have like a ton of hoodies, like a big huge black bag like just stuffed full of hoodies of like all kinds of colors and sizes. And I have like silk screen things to like make merch, so like I could easily make some merch and you could do more giveaways or sell it or whatever you want to do. And I can make more designs for it. I all the designs I did were all 3D animated for the new logo for the show. So I think that they'll look. I like them. I think that they look really cool. But yeah, and I have even more ideas. I'm like going away on Blender right now, like doing all the ideas I have. But also, this is how the 3D printed gun things going along.
Be careful. I don't know if you're allowed to show those, man. They might take down our whole stream.
People have YouTube channels just of those, but yeah, and also for the guy in the chat, I already know who the troll is that you just had, the honey badger person. That person was that's the vibrator. Vibrator's back, yeah, and it's funny how he's making fun of your gym when like I was watching his video on working out and he's only like lifting in these like little 15-pound weights. It's like, dude, come on, man. I mean,
I'll give him credit. He is a strong guy. It's just he's also a total low life loser. It's just like, what's wrong with you, man?
Mr. the DUI guy. Yeah, I know. I know who he is. I debated him on his channel and completely smoked him, and he had to remove the debate, and then deleted his channel.
Poor guy, he got smoked by the 18-year-old. Yeah, that's the other thing about that guy. He's always making fun of you. It's like, what kind of guy in his mid-30s is making fun of an 18-year-old?
And the other guy, the other 40-year-old guy, Cuts.
Yeah, I know.
Cuts like makes all these animations of me and stuff like that, and I mean, I don't know. I find it weird. Like, there's other trolls and stuff that have called in. Like, trolls have called in, like, yeah, I'm waiting for truth does not exist to call in. I'm like, what the fuck are these people doing? Like, talking about me? Like, I find it weird how some of the trolls like to like associate me in their little stuff that they do. But I guess that just means that I'm probably doing something right,
Indeed.
But yeah, and also the vibrator's like, oh man, I could send people to your house. And if, but I'm going to choose not to do that. And I mean,
You know, I don't know. Last year, if you guys are missing it, we had a March Madness live stream, and I was taking calls and putting people on the screen, and then we had to take it down because one of the trolls came in, and when I let him on the stream, he revealed his camera, and then his camera was just pointed at his genitals. So you can't have that on YouTube. They'll take down the video. And you know who I honestly think that was? I think it probably was Greg, because I'm like, who's the guy that's just like a weirdo enough person to do that? And he's demonstrated that it's very likely him. So
Yeah.
that's the kind of guy this person is.
Yeah, but yeah, he was threatening to have people come to my house. I mean, sorry, but that's not going to happen. You want to send people to my house, you can. They're probably never going to leave. You know, but
they're not going to come to your house.
Yeah, I know that. Well, he is in Florida. He is also in Florida, but I know that he's not going to come.
Yeah,
he wouldn't dare to.
All right,
we're very secure. We're very secure over here. So.
All right. Well, appreciate the tip as always, Sebastian, and we'll be in touch. And thanks for coming on and being part of the stream tonight.
Yeah, hell yeah, and yeah, I can't wait to see you put those logos on the screen and look at them, see what you have to say about them, because I'm really proud of them. But yeah, I send it to your Gematria Effect News Gmail.
Okay.
All right, I'm out.
We'll go over those. We'll go over the music. We'll go over all of it. All right.
Yeah, and I was working on the music too. I have that live stream, but yeah, I'll get off.
All right, buddy. You have a good night.
You too. Bye.
Right, take care. All right, we got somebody going by the name Lion King. Is it a troll or is it a person? Lion King.
Yeah, it's actually me.
Was that you? Was that you who ruined our March Madness tournament last year? Was it you?
Actually, it wasn't.
Okay. Well, why are you
I
trolling?
I was still a fan of you.
You're dedicating so much time every day to trolling. Like, what kind of?
Wait. So let me talk, because I know you like to interrupt. So let me reiterate what TD&E just said. I never told anybody to go to his house. I actually don't know exactly where he lives.
Okay. No, if you're gonna come on here, I'm not even worried about that drama. Let's go out to Greg Ford. What's up, Greg?
We're here. What's up, Zach?
How you doing?
Everything good. I'm here, but I may be here with some agents, so I'm gonna let you know that. But one mind is good enough for you, Zach. In the mind in this world full of crazy minds. Okay.
Okay.
So one question I gotta ask for you is, me being in New York, because I hear you talk about New York and how just the energy and how this area is heavily populated. You know, what advice do you have for me being in a heavily congested area and especially in my opening statement to you?
Well, I mean, it depends. I mean, that's a vague question. What kind of advice? You know, I got to say, when I was in New York City, I've only been there the one time that we went there, 2022 for the September 11th anniversary. You know, what I saw as a great opportunity to wake up a lot of people, because there's just so many people everywhere, and there's just constant energy. And you see how it's the city that never sleeps. People are just out all night. We didn't even. I like we were there for 3 days and didn't like hardly sleep 1 hour. But I'd say if you're a truth seeker and speaker, hey man, maybe take advantage of the opportunity of being around so many people and try to wake as many minds as possible and in as many ways as you can think of.
I find some difficulties doing the ciphers myself. I don't know if I'm having some troubles reading or what it is that I'm having troubles with trying to do the ciphers. So I'm understanding that there are connections with words, and I'm understanding for the most part that you are conveying a message. It's just like I said, I don't know if it's me being in this heavily congested area, if it's difficult for me to find a little bit more insight on it or what it is. But like I said, I am around and I'll say
Here's what I'll say when you're in New York. Just pay attention to the 39. 39 is such a huge number in New York. It comes up all the time in news, story, sports. Just the other night, Quinn Snyder picked up his 39th win in New York. For people who don't know, again, there's 4 base ciphers in Gematria. Notice the abbreviation for New York. NY is 39. NYC for New York City, when you run it in reverse, is 39. When you spell out New York, it's 39. When you spell out New York, NY, like you'd send on an envelope to the city, it's 39. Every Super Bowl won by New York's come back to 39. So many 39 sports rituals, so many 39 news rituals. The United Nations in New York is 39 floors tall. They meet there. They have their big meeting there in the 39th week of the calendar year every year. New York and 39, you just pay attention to that number. you could probably, living in the city, you'll probably even just see way more in the local news. I'd make a journal of all the New York 39 stuff that could wake up everybody in the city.
Not to interrupt you, Zach. I'm going on with the 39, right? The word 30, etymology, with etymology wise, could you tell me a little bit more about the word 30? Is it connected to the word dirty, is being dirty associated with no good? Could you tell me, could you expound on that?
I don't know if there's anything like that. The 39 though is a biblical number. There's 39 books in the Old Testament, and it's the Jewish section, and New York does have a nickname that I won't say on this show, but I don't know. Nerdy. I mean, 30 does rhyme with dirty, but I don't know if there's any kind of real correlation there. 30 special in the Bible. The word Bible has gematria 30. Jesus' ministry begins at age 30. 30 is connected to Saturn's return. Saturn's return is every 30 years. And some people contend that the Old Testament, the God of the Old Testament, is really Saturn because it's all astrotheology. But
okay, so real quick, while I got you, a little bit more personal now. Dealing with master numbers and numerology, if one's birth date and time that they were born, if they all align towards these numbers that you consider to be sacred, what would that mean if one contains a little bit like too many of these types of numbers come up? Because I feel as if you have a being that is trying to find the information and is actually connected to said information, how would one know that these numbers are true in what they're saying? Because if to be a master, I would say one has subordinates, but I don't see myself as having subordinates and going along those types of lines, Zach.
Okay, I'm not sure I follow the question.
Okay, so for instance, the sacred numbers as 22, 33, 11, and how they deal with all of these other different types of wording. Now, I've understood that these different types of trials and tribulations throughout the course of my life have brought me to see the connection with these numbers. But these numbers, for instance, not everybody, I would say, is a 33, correct?
What do you mean not everybody's a 33?
So essentially, when you say to go, because I have read parts of your book, and in your book I see the part where it talks about people's birthdays and how the numbers correlated to their birthdays have some insight to what it is that they have done in their life or what it is that they're doing. And mine personally, I may be wrong, but I see a lot of 11, a lot of 22, a lot of 33, a lot of 7, and from what my understanding, which may be little to minimal of what it is that you've been conveying, is that these numbers are powerful, and I just don't see myself being as powerful as these numbers convey themselves to be, or as you teach.
You don't see them to be as powerful as I teach?
Right. When connecting to myself personally. So I recognize that.
So here, just again, I don't know your own story and how you're looking at it, but just like things that I've shared in my own life, like my father's birth numerology breaks down to 31 and 4, just like mine. And then when I became aware of this, I was like, well, that's weird because my best friend, his birthday is March 1st. One of the men in this community has been around here forever. Big Al, his birthday is also March 1st, and he's one of the most known people around here. Then I noticed my other friend, who I'd argue was probably my second best friend, Stormin Norman, his birth numerology, just like mine, breaks down to 31 and 4. So, I mean, you just start, and you'll read those things in numerology books too. You'll realize that the numbers of your life, they might correspond with your family members and your friends. I've never argued that they're like real powerful or that stuff's like super meaningful, but it's interesting. So I don't really follow the rhetoric you're coming back with. And I'd also say, like you said in the beginning, maybe you're just not that good with numbers, so you're not seeing the basic patterns. But anyhow, I'll let you go, Greg. I was kind of getting the tone from Greg that maybe he's like a clever troll just trying to eat up airtime too. And just like that last statement he made is disingenuous. I never argued that kind of information is super powerful or important. What I teach this knowledge for ultimately is so you can see how every day that the news is scripted, because it is, and you can prove it literally every single day, which I've been doing for over a decade. And yeah, the organic side of the code is not like it's something that I acknowledge, but that's not why I'm here. What's up, Dubs? Dubs? All right, Dubs might have gone to sleep. Let's go out to Free Love. Free Love.
You ready to debate me, pussy, or what?
Why do you have to keep coming under? Okay, what do you want to debate? Here, one argument to win. You get to make the first argument. What's the argument you think you're going to stump me with? I'm listening. Once you're done, I'll respond.
All right, why in the fuck do you have an LLC rather than a sole proprietorship?
I've already answered that. Is that really what you want to start with?
I don't know what your answer is with that. I don't watch your fucking gay shit because you're a fucking faggot.
LLC is if you're sued, you can protect yourself. That's the
there we go. So when you start frauding everybody like you're doing tonight,
I didn't say
like you're doing tonight.
No, see, you're going to jump to some conclusion. Again, you just never know who might come at you and try to attack you for something. Could be the federal government. And again, it's just protection in case you have to deal with something like that. We live in a corrupt society. A corrupt system could come after me. I'd have a level of protection because of that. God. I mean, you guys, literally that person who's spending all of his days trolling and making weird memes, and he's up in the middle of the night making these weird videos and what do you call them? On Now You Can Talk on X, just like literally just his whole life is just focused on me. But if you listen to him, it's like he's literally wrong about everything. You're like, oh, so this is how you end up being like a mid-30s failure at life with nothing to say about yourself, still living at your dad's house. I mean, it's like, dude, move on and focus on yourself and improve your own situation. Not be trying to troll and slander me and talk about things you have no idea about and jump into false conclusions that don't make any sense. Calling my sweet lady at work. How pathetic is that? God. Let's go out to the veteran. What's up, Richard Quinn?
Hey, man, I nothing much, just getting off work myself. That last caller, I'm sick of hearing people say you're a fraud when I've been sitting here for 8 years and I can distinguish what's true and what's not. So is learning the truth of 9/11, is that fraudulent? How about Sandy Hook? How about the California fires, the Maui fires, all the numeric rituals in the political elections? I can name.
I always love that you go down memory lane, but how about just like a few weeks ago when I said, watch, the Colorado Supreme Court thing's going to happen anytime now because we're in the 38 range, and boom, it's the very next day on the 38th day of the year. And now we have this mega 38 ritual. It's like, listen, that guy who just called in and his other buddy, Kutch, they're on there going, this is gematria fraud, because it's like, how's it fraud when it adds up every single day? I heard Kutch
every day
in Manly P. Hall's The Secret Teachings of All Ages, he doesn't give the gematria a real high endorsement. I've always said he lays out that one cipher and then encourages the reader to investigate its worth. That's exactly what I did. And I think I've more than found out its worth, and it's a lot of worth.
Absolutely, you have, and you can even take the gematria clear out, and we still show a ton of things. So, but believe it or not, Zach, I mean, I advertise your work every day out here, and I get a lot of excellent feedback. But there's always those people that come with the same tired questions, I don't know how to explain it right now, man. My mind's blank. But there's people like that caller and you get those kind of responses out here because people don't take the time to they can watch one video of yours and then come to a conclusion. It's just frustrating.
I don't know if you recognize who that caller is, but
I don't.
We were out in New York on 9/11. He didn't record anything. He had excuses for why he didn't record, but he said he tried to go do the same thing we were doing in Florida, and he got arrested, and then his life got ruined after that. And see, that's
I know who that is.
Yeah, I noticed when he was hanging around the community, he was always trying to act like he was a friend of the community, but anytime he'd upload a video, he's like explaining why like people should just give up and why nothing matters. And I was like, dude, you're hanging around too much, but then your message on your own channel is always so negative and defeatist. So now that he's turned into this full-fledged troll, I'm like, see, this doesn't surprise me. I remember he tried to do a gematria video one time teaching it, and he was literally like cramming tacos into his face with taco juice dripping down his chin onto his shirt. And I was like, who makes a video like this? Like, how's this going to go over for gematria? Like, some people already think it's like some kooky thing. You got some guy like literally cramming food, talking with his mouth open, dripping down his shirt. Now I just see the whole time it was like a parody.
Wow.
I mean, so yeah. Anyway,
I don't know, man. I don't get it.
that's why I always called that guy.
I mean, I don't
That's
even.
all I can think of is how he.
Look, me and you have been, Zach, me and you have been in a few arguments, but I've learned so much truth that even if you and I hated each other, I'd still promote the work. You know, people end up not liking you, and now they become a troll against you. You know what I mean? It just shows they're not stand-up people. Because even if you and I didn't like each other, I'm still going to show people the truth of things like 9/11 and Vegas massacre and all kinds of shit, man. Because that's easy, obvious stuff to show people, and then they can kind of see what's going on. Because if all these things are fake, then what else is fake and staged? You know, that's how I look at it. So people cannot like you. They should still be stand up enough to promote the truth.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Yeah. I appreciate
But
that.
I won't take up all the time, Zach. I probably got a few more callers. I know you're winding down, so.
Yeah, there
Just
are
sick
a
of
few
the-
more people, but I'm not sure that they're actual like contributors. They might be the troll pack. So we'll
Yeah,
see.
you got 6 trolls in a row coming up.
Yeah.
Oh well, they're idiots. They'll get what's coming to them one day.
Yeah. All right, man. Well, you have a great night, Rich. Appreciate you.
Yeah, you too, brother. Thank you.
Yeah, take care. All right, we have hit the 3-hour window. Normally TFR would end right now, and DK Stonewood would call in. But here, there's a couple more people in the room who haven't got on, and if they're real people, we'll let them on. What's up, JV and Smith?
Yo, what's up, Zach?
Yeah, what's up?
Nothing much. Actually, I just hit off the Magic game that you had posted on Gematria. I just shared it on Twitter. Not sure if you seen the tag, but yeah, I just hit off the Magic game. So I got that going, and then just a couple days ago, I hit off I think it was Chicago, LA, and Utah, I believe. I hit off those 3, another dub, and then I'm waiting. I got right now the hockey games. The hockey games is green right now, so we got 5-2 for man. Hold on, if I can pull it up. But so far, one game already won for the Blue Leafs. The Blue Leafs already won. So I
The
got
Maple
that.
Leafs, the Toronto Maple Leafs. That's the beauty of this. We don't even watch the sport. We can't even remember the team names, but we just read the numbers and say, "There's your winner."
I really don't even watch NHL for real. But yep, the Magic and the Maple Leafs, I cashed those out, and then I got the Ducks. So the Ducks the Ducks up 3rd quarter 2-1. They got me to cash out. I can cash out right now for more than what I bet. And the Avalanche is really up against the Red Wings 5-2 now in the 3rd quarter. So they know that's about to be a dub. But yeah, you know.
Well, you got to be careful. They've made sports crazy now. One of the best comeback stories was about 5 years ago, back when I used to do hockey every day. There was a night where I loved it. I thought the San Jose Sharks were lock city to win the game, and they did end up winning the game, but everybody had a heart attack. And I want to say they were down they might have been down 4-0 in the 3rd period. It was either down 4-0 or 3-0 with almost no time left. And they literally came back and tied the game, sent it to overtime and won. It was ridiculous. It was like, how do you come back from this big of a lead with this little time? But I was grateful for it because I thought the Sharks were lock city that night.
You know,
I
it's
almost
crazy.
real bad. So
That's what Gematria teaching me. I look at the NBA games. I'll be like, man, this team down 20 in the 10, 15 in the 3rd quarter. 4th quarter come, they just get to going crazy and come back. That's how, cause my boy, when I sent him my picks on the Chicago game 2 days ago, he was like, man, you really gonna pick Chicago over the I think it was the Kings. I think they played the Kings. I'm like, man, I'm like, it's the numbers, you know what I'm saying? So today, when I had ended up sending them like the win that showing them that I had ended up winning it with the gematria stuff, like with the notes from the Patreon. He like, man, that you like off the numbers stuff. Oh man, you playing? I'm like, yeah. I said, LOL. I'm silly, huh? As I'm winning, man. But I mean, hey.
Well, I'm glad you're winning. Thanks for supporting the work and using the knowledge. And your friends who are
Oh,
down
yeah,
now, you
sure.
keep winning. They'll eventually wake up to it. So
Oh
thank
yeah,
you.
definitely. Oh yeah, I don't know if you remember too. I was the one guy. This was months ago. I had super chatted. I was asking about like what's the coincidence in gematria with the Muslims, and he was explaining like the 19 and all. I'm not sure if you remember.
Yeah,
But yeah,
I
that
do.
was
Yeah, the 19 code, the Quran
Quran
code based
code.
on 19,
Yep,
discovered in 1968, the same year the lead
absolutely.
hijacker was
Yep,
supposedly born.
yep, and the same year as the Twin Towers started. No, is it the same year as
Yeah,
the Twin Towers?
1968, same year World Trade Center construction began and 911 was made the code. Yeah,
Yeah.
all that stuff goes back to 1968.
Muhammad Ali died at 63. I mean, died on 6/3, June 3rd, in a 19-mile funeral procession.
Yep,
And then
yep.
yeah, one of my favorites. I love going to is think about this. How is it a coincidence that LeBron passed Kobe the night before he died, playing the same team that he played for against his
Exactly.
hometown, and
Exactly.
then it's just
Here, if you guys go to my Gematria Effect Sports channel, I put out videos the day before Kobe died about why LeBron was going to pass on January 25th and how important 54 was to the ritual because 25/1's like 251, the 54th prime, and Kobe being Bryant's 54. Go watch LeBron pass Kobe with the 54th points of the game, and then
Mhm.
Kobe's dead the next day, the Sunday before Super Bowl 54. And I was talking about how people die for these rituals. I didn't know Kobe was going to die the next day. But I was
Who,
talking about
who
how
else?
Daryl Hawkins and Moses Malone and all these dudes died for Kobe's last season.
And another that's another funny thing. I don't take naps throughout the day. I'm usually up and I sleep during the night. That day I just happened to fall asleep. I wake up, man, I'm feeling all weird. Open social media, Kobe dead. I'm like, huh? I'm like, nah, something ain't right.
I didn't believe it either. I thought it had to be a hoax at first. I was like, no way.
I'm like, yeah. Then it's a helicopter crash. Then I'm like, come on, bro. They said the pilot had over 10+ years of experience. If he, trust me, if
Man,
he wouldn't have went up there in
for
a
people
cloud,
who forgot, that pilot's name, if you look it up, that pilot's name equals 41 in Gematria. I just said Kobe Bean Bryant equals 54, which is true. Kobe Bryant equals 41, dead while traveling from Catholic Mass on the Pope's 41st day of his age. And then they just put up the Kobe statue on the 54th day of the Pope's age. Gianna Bryant equals 54. Kobe was 41. She was 13. Put it together 41 plus 13, 54. Nothing but ritual. Nothing but
Mhm.
ritual, man.
That's all it is. And I'm in Michigan, so I was just showing. I had posted
You saw what they just did in Michigan on 15 Mile, blowing up the weed dispensary
Yep.
on the 15 date numerology on 3/4 when marijuana equals 34. And they did it in Clinton County when Clinton's remembered for saying he smoked marijuana but never inhaled. If you guys missed that, it's all synced up with Clinton. It's a
Bill
perfect
Clinton
get
is
on ritual.
77 years old. Clinton Township in Gematria is 77.
Yep.
What you say? You said
Remember, Michigan equals
years ago.
64 and 46. It happened on the 64th day of the year and the 199th day of Clinton's age, which is the 46th prime. It's a perfect ritual.
Perfect ritual, man. That's all. That's what I tell people all. And then, so I work with Muslims, like like I told you before. So, like I'll be talking to them like the Palestine and all that stuff. I'll be like, man, it's like it's our ritual to get y'all emotional, like, cause they Arabs, so they feel for the Palestine. They say Palestine type thing. But yeah, so I just be trying to tell them like you can't really let that affect you for real, because at the end of the day, we all kind of paying for that anyway, because taxes is getting put towards that anyway. So y'all, and at the end of the day, y'all don't support it, but at the same time, y'all do support it just because.
Indeed. Indeed. Well, hey, thank you for using the work and thank you for spreading the knowledge. I appreciate
Oh,
it.
yeah, definitely. Always spreading the knowledge. You kinfolk. I watch RPM Trade and see through the script.
Yeah. Yeah.
Them,
All
are-
good
them are
channels.
my go-tos. Yes, sir.
All
All right,
right.
appreciate you for having me, man.
All right. Yeah. Come back anytime. You have a good night.
Yes, sir.
Take care. Yeah, his call was a little bit muddled, but I could hear it, so I imagine you guys could hear it too. Yeah, I might be louder, but again, I can't necessarily control the way other people's mics sound. Healthy J,
Healthy J here. Can you hear me, Zach?
loud and clear.
Hey, just wanted to call in today. I haven't called in before and introduce you to a concept that has to do with health and wellness. I know you say that you sometimes would like to include that in your show. I don't know a whole lot about how gematria rituals work, but I do study health and wellness. And so I wanted to bring to light something that I thought you might find interesting because it does sync up with kind of what we're talking about here and what I've been listening to for several years you talk about. So I came across this guy on YouTube who I recently have found out it looks like he's under attack financially, as well as his channel might have been erased completely. Some of his videos taken down because he used to have hundreds of thousands of views. But his name's Santos Bonacci. Have you heard of him before? I mean, I think
Yeah,
we've talked
another
about
one of the flat Earth convicts who attack my work unprovoked. Yeah, not a big fan at all.
Gotcha. So he talks about though that this syncretism idea of like every month, when the moon is in your sun sign, there's like a cerebral spinal fluid kind of a thing going on in the body.
Right.
Where and so I was just wondering if you'd come across this because it has to do with like 12 months of the year and 12 different cell salts and how you don't have those cell salts for 3 of the months because you're in vitro for only 9 of the months. And yeah, I was just wondering if this is like anything that would be of interest to you because I've kind of been practicing it for a little while, trying to figure out if it's just garbage or whatever. And I feel like when the calendar is like right for the 2.5 days that the moon is in my sun sign, that I am kind of sensitive to what I eat, and it drives my moods a little bit. And if I do abstain from certain practices during that time, I am feeling better and I do feel more aligned and stuff like that. So I was just wondering, yeah, I didn't want to offend you.
Here, I just want to rewind. Just because I don't like the guy and he's taking a stab at me and I'm not crazy about his flat Earth stuff. He does have knowledge and good information in some regards, like all people. Don't throw out the baby with the bathwater. And
Sure.
I'm not an expert in this subject that you're talking about at all right now, but I wouldn't be surprised if there's something to it. There's definitely an alignment with the world and us and the way we're impacted by phenomenon that are taking place. I mean, there's a reason that anybody who's ever had to work in a field where you have to document it, people notice like people's behavior changes on a full moon. You work in a group home, those are the craziest nights. Police officers will tell you they're responding to the most reports on the nights of full moon. This world we live in, it is a system and we're a part of it. And I think these things are good to research and experiment. There's also, I mean, another thing that's real about this world is the power of suggestion and mentalism. You get an idea in your head. It's just like how placebo drugs work, right? Too, you're like, oh, this drug's going to help me. Well, you're actually taking the placebo, but you get better anyway because you were so sure that this drug was going to solve your problem. So,
yeah.
But yeah, keep
Gotcha.
experimenting and see what you find and let us know. I mean, I think we should be trying to really understand this world as much as possible. And yeah, people will get mad. They're like, Zach thinks all there is gematria. That's not true. It's just that gematria shows us every day how the news is scripted, the sports are scripted, the market's scripted, stuff like this. It just shines a big bright light right through psyops. this knowledge is just so diverse in what you can do with it. But there are a lot of other things to know, just like what you just brought up. And that isn't something I've researched, so I'm not sure. But you're looking into it right now, and you can definitely stay on the path and report back to us when you come to a conclusion.
Yeah, for sure. No, I will. I thought it was just interesting that there's 12 cell salts, and that the advice is, and they're linked to different like months. So essentially, the idea is that you would get 9 of them while you're developing as a human in the womb, and then for 3 of those months you don't get those. So you would, if you supplement those through your life, then you have like, you might have more vibrant health. I'm not sure. I mean, I'm trying it out, but I just thought that was really interesting. It's not like there's 15, there's not 20 of them. There's like 12 different salts that are, made from the basic, minerals that work with the body's functions. And yeah, so I don't know. I just wanted to contribute that. Thank you for your perspective. Thank you for sharing all the information too. I know the stuff Santos Bonacci talks about, it would be considered heretical to the church. So it's like, I don't know, maybe the listeners might find it interesting what he says. His video that I'm referencing is called "Your Body is the Holy Land." Essentially, like all the scriptures, all the teachings, it's about your body. It's about the human body. It's not so much about religion and organized religion, but it's literally about what's going on in your body, and in your mind and stuff like that. So yeah, that's all I wanted to say, Zach. Love listening to you, man. Thank you for all you do.
All right. Appreciate the call. You have a good night.
Cheers. Take care.
All right. Take care. Okay. All right. So normally TFR is about 3 hours. We're over the 3-hour mark. And if you got here late, please watch the beginning of the stream. That's where we really went through, the main topic, this Ryan Garcia thing. Also covered a number of other important headlines, some suspicious deaths in the entertainment world, Super Tuesday. People asked me to go back and go over the Rothschild banker death by the numbers recently, as well as the member of the royal family who died at a young age. So we covered all that at the beginning. I also mentioned we're trying something out. I've been saying for years that I want to start doing giveaways. And then today I was cleaning up, and again, I found a box in the garage, and I didn't realize I had any hoodies left. We gave a bunch of these hoodies away back in 2020 at the start of the pandemic. These ones were left because they're bigger than size than most people use. These are 2XLs. I have 5 of them. And again, I want to get them out there to people who will wear them so they don't sit in a box for 4 years like where they've been. That wasn't intentional. Just somehow they got tucked away in a corner and overlooked. But if you'd like to get one of these hoodies, we're doing a drawing tonight. Maybe you don't want a hoodie because you don't wear a double XL. I got about 20 sets of these. They're combined. They're the first 10 chapters of my first book, Letters and Numbers. Again, a woman named Anne has made these into paper form. She's selling them on Amazon. The proceeds do go to her for the sales on Amazon, and that's perfectly fine. She has my full endorsement. Again, I'd like to hear that she makes a bundle off them, and it frees up more time that she can help out in the community. She's a writer. She has her own books out there too, so she's not, she's an author as well. And I'm thinking if she does well with these, she might be willing to sit down and help me edit. And she writes at a higher level than me. I think that's like her profession is writing and editing. I can write well. If you've read my books, I write okay. I'm not a great writer, but yeah. Anyway, she sent me a box of them. So if you're interested in these, contest to enter. The way to get in the contest again tonight, you guys, you can do a super chat, a Cash App, a Venmo, a Zelle, a PayPal. We have about $400 in entries. I said I didn't want to go above 500, so we have room for about 20 more $5 entries. But yeah, hoodies, books, and then the big item is, and you got to do a minimum $20 donation to have a shot at this one. The brand new Blue Yeti mic box hasn't been opened, and the pop filter. And again, if you want the mic, minimum $20 entry. And the other piece is, besides making the money contribution, send an email to gematriaeffectnews@gmail.com. I'll put it up on the screen. gematriaeffectnews@gmail.com. Yeah, and then what I'm going to do tomorrow is we'll do a stream. We'll do it just like a big kind of stream. We'll go over the songs that were submitted for the new show. We'll look at Truth Does Not Exist artwork that he submitted, and I'll read out all the entrants. I'll read out all the entrants. You'll see that I'll do it so you guys know that there's no gimmicks. I'll read out all the entrants, how much they, and again, if you wanted 4 entries to win a hoodie and books, you would donate $20 and then send an email and say, hey, I'm interested in the hoodies and the book. I donated 20 through Cash App, and then I can go verify that. But we'll cut up like entries, and I'll put them in a container and I'll shake it up right here in front of the screen, and we'll just pull them out one at a time. And I'll be like, okay, it's Susan who donated $5 and wants the hoodie, type of thing, or it's Mark and he wants the book, and then we'll do a separate one for the people who entered for the microphone. We'll have for the entrance for the microphone as well. So we'll have the book, hoodies, and then we'll have the mic. And yeah, again, if you want the mic, I'm not just trying to get you a super good deal on the mic at only $20. I want you to be a part of the podcast at least every so often. And we can do more of these and get more mics out there. And like I said, let's say you entered 20 and you don't win tonight on the mic. We'll do more. I'll get more stuff. Maybe I'll have some more merchandise made for the summer. And we'll do more giveaways. And I'll say, if you entered 20 last time for the mic and you didn't win anything tonight, you got a free entry tonight in the t-shirt or more books. Maybe I'll get some more of these books. Maybe I'll ask Ann if she can mass print some of these books. And we'll do more giveaways of these. Because really, the first 10 chapters, my letters and number book is 800 pages long, the full version. But I've always said the first 10 chapters, which is what this is, it's like the first 100 or so pages, is really good for beginners. Like people are always asking me the same questions. It's all answered in here. And that's why I've made the books free to download as ebooks. It's like, can you guys read instead of everyone in the world ask me the same questions over and over all the time? So, okay. DK Stonewood, if you're out there. Danny K just sent in 5. I got you, Danny. Mary just sent an email. I want one of those books. Okay. You might just get 2 of them yet, Mary. So, again, I do intend to send... if you win, I do intend to send both. Or do you guys think it's better? Because it would be weird to just send somebody the second edition, because then they're missing the first chapters. I guess you could always go buy the first part. I'll think about that. If we'll vote on that when we do the drawing. I'll say, is it better that you get one of the 2? Because you could always just go buy the other one on Amazon where Ann's selling them at, and she's not charging a lot. She's charging you can get both of them for under $10. So I know that. We got a DK Stonewood sighting. What's up, DK?
Was that what you were saying? I just heard DK Stonewood, so I hit call. What you were saying, call?
Yeah, no, you're good. What's up, man?
Oh, cool. Well, I would just like to say, the caller that said that he was scared if these trolls are not getting paid. Of course they're getting paid, and who would have the money to pay them? Unless you're just printing money out of thin air that's meaningless. So we all know who's doing that, the fake Jews. So that's who's paying them. And they're infiltrated into, all our communities, our neighborhoods, as well as, the internet, which is the online community. And you notice guys that you mentioned, like Mark Passio, has he ever had one troll call in and say shit like, you're a faggot, you're a pussy, or, anything like that? Never once,
Well, at the same time, he's only going out to a few different callers, always the same callers over and over. So he might be trying to ensure that he doesn't pick up on a call like that by always going to the same people.
Yeah, I guess that could be true too.
Yeah.
Did you see? They said Trump's lawyer came out and made some announcements and stuff. Did you get a load of that lady?
I missed that. That happened today.
Yeah, I guess when they put him on the ballot, she came out in DC and made a statement. Her last name is Hubba. Just put a picture of her up on the screen. You know what it means when someone says Hubba, 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 right?
Well, I suppose. Okay.
just take a look at her, and then you'll know what it means. It's just like, are you kidding me? This chick's a lawyer. Like,
her name is Hubba.
Yeah, like Hubba, but I think it's like Ali Hubba. Or
Alina Hubba. Okay, I see.
You see what she looks like?
I'm getting a picture up of her right now.
So she was in some like red dress or whatever, just huge boobs hanging out. She's like maybe 35-ish or whatever. Like, I mean, get the fuck out of here. That's Trump's lawyer. It's not some old wrinkly Jewish guy. Of course it would, if he was really going to have a lawyer, of course it would be. Like, he's going to pick her. I mean, it just makes no sense whatsoever.
Yeah. It's all theater. So,
the Nikki Haley chick who made a little flyby.
Uh-huh.
Did you even check if that was like related gematria wise to Haley's comet, which makes a flyby every years?
I thought that Haley's comet was the big cult that all committed suicide with Nikes years ago.
Yeah. I just feel like the way they like line everything up, it usually has to do, or she's probably related to the dude Haley who discovered the comet, for one. What is another one that I had? I was driving, so I was just making little notes on my phone while I was driving, listening at 2x. So I think maybe they're just blocking you from your from your show on a few platforms because of maybe the cuss word. Why not just make it Wake the F Up Radio? And also, when I did check, like when I went on Spotify right away, I mentioned to you Spotify, SoundCloud, whatever. But when I went on Spotify and I just started searching, a shitload of them pop up. What the F? Like, you were probably the 20th one down. I was like, shit, what the heck?
I only noticed two others. There's like one with a Avatar of Stars and a workout guy, but neither of them have a whole lot of episodes. So probably all their episodes showed up, but between the two of them, they don't have that many.
Maybe I didn't check if they were the same, but yours was like probably 15, 20 down. I just kept going. I'm like, where is this? So maybe just that little. I mean, obviously everybody's gonna know what it means. What the Wake the F Up? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not like that big of a change. And then I think you should still do the Sunday shows, even if
I'm going to bring back the Sunday show. I'm going to bring back the Sunday show. We're going to start again soon.
Okay, so you're gonna swap the Wednesday for the Sunday?
I don't know if you heard at the beginning, but so last Wednesday after I did TFR, Lucky, who's a member of Truth Frequency Radio but hasn't been on there for a while, she called me the next day, Thursday, and she said, "Zach, do you know you're the only person who can still log into the platform and do a live show?" And I said, "Really?" She said, "Yeah, it's been that way for months. You're the only person still doing a live show on TFR." So funny enough, tonight I go to log in and now I can't log in either. So I'm like, what in the hell? So yeah. I guess no one's doing a live show on TFR anymore.
Well, what I was going to say suggest is instead of doing TFR, change it to GMR, Gematria Frequency Radio, and just still continue your same show. And if you can find
I might just change it to Wake the Fuck Up Radio for Wednesday nights and Sundays, and we'll have 2 live shows a week, and then I'll also upload podcasts of what I think is the best material. So we'll have like 2 community shows a week, and again, I'll start using the new call board that we have for that. I just need to figure out how to the problem I'm having with that call board is figuring out how to get a high quality audio sound into the podcast broadcast. There's a way to do it. I just don't know how to do it yet. So I'm trying to troubleshoot that. That's why tonight I was just having people call in through the StreamYard, because then I get the top quality audio through that. But yeah, I'll figure it out.
Are you using a new mic tonight or something? Or is everything's been just the same?
I'm using the same mic. I just put my mic closer to my mouth, and then
you do that kettlebell thing or whatever to weigh it down.
I put it on a book. It's sitting on a book.
Oh, it's working out. Okay. Yeah. Because it just seemed like tonight, every time you backed up a little bit from the mic, you went really low. Whereas normally you seem fine even if you're moving around. Tonight it seemed like every time you backed up from like more than like 6 inches away from it, it went low. Not as low as some of those callers were, but low, like considerably lower than when you're talking like right next to it.
Yeah, it's better when I got to remember to stay right next to it. So,
what else did I have to suggest? I can't remember, but I did think of something. You know how like, okay, 9 is the number of completion, and that's how many like hours a work shift is. Usually it's like 8 hours paid and then the 1 hour lunch in between. So like a total of 9 hours, like the completion, like you completed your, slavery for the day. And then like bankers hours don't have that lunch break in the middle. It's always just been like 8 hours, like 9 to 5, like the song, I'm working 9 to 5. And then, it's just like 95, like 95 theses. I wonder if that's all by accident or, on purpose.
yeah, I've thought the same thing about the 9 to 5 for a long time, since realizing how important the Jesuits in 95 is and how they pretty much built this world around us.
Yeah, and then I was trying to think of like the positions on the clock, like, how the hands would be facing. If that's, I got to make the hand sign for that and like look at it, see if that means anything. And then the last thing I'll say is like I had a couple people call in about Billy Carson. I mentioned him before being and I caught up to some of those videos where you had him as the tile photo or whatever, but I mentioned him a while back on your show being a shield that was activated. I think probably specifically maybe because of me, not just because of me, but I mean, the way he presents, he just bites straight off of like, even the way I phrase it, you know what I mean? Like just straight off of either my social media or one of the articles that I've written or whatever. It just like, and for like a black dude to be phrasing it exactly like me, it's totally out of the ordinary. And for people who think that, his information's any good, you should look into my stuff. It makes his stuff look like, soft serve diarrhea, which is actually really what it is. I mean, he's just like totally mainstream, regurgitating the same bullshit, like, Anunnaki story. And it's just a joke. And he even, there's been not just me, but numerous people have, offered to debate him and stuff. And his response is, I'll never debate anyone. I'll never mention your names, never nothing. I'm like, well, obviously, if you did, your whole thing would be over. And I know you're not he's the most obvious fraud, like fake rich guy, like he's another ex-con, by the way, another guy who was jailed for fraud, some type of money laundering fraud or whatever. And he admits it because people called him out on it. He's like, look, people are saying I'm an ex-con. Here's what happened. And he tried to like make it, kind of, smooth it over. But like, he's another just total fraud, obvious. And he's not rich or anything like that. Just claiming like he's going to be a billionaire soon, or from selling the truth. Cause we all know how profitable that is, right? Get the fuck out of here, man. It's such a joke. So for people, get on my social media and go back like 10 years and just start scrolling through, and you'll see it'll make his stuff look like an absolute joke. They deleted all the stuff that I shared on my old YouTube channels, because this guy's coming out of my genres, basically, the ancient civilizations and the, ET UFO community and stuff like that, except he's using like trying to use mainstream science and just some of this other garbage that's, that's more scientism and stuff that doesn't even, that's why we don't know how these quote unquote alien vehicles work, because we're, using scientism instead of actual, stuff that guys like, Maxwell, Tesla, Faraday, and these guys were getting into. What else? That's all. I know I had a couple more things. I just can't remember right now. It's all the notes that I put in my phone right now. I was texting myself while I was driving. Yeah, I think that's about it for right now. Then it's no biggie.
All right. Appreciate it, DK. You have a good night.
Okay.
All right. Take care.
Talk soon. Bye.
DK always with the controversy. Yeah. Again, if you guys got here late, you might just want to rewind the stream. That red bar at the bottom. Everything that was in the topic is what we covered, and then it turned into a call-in show. And call-in shows can tend to get a bit off topic, but there were a lot of good calls tonight as well. And again, for everybody who submitted entries, tomorrow we'll do that in the stream. We'll put all the entrants in there, shake it up in some kind of container where everyone can see, and I will just pull in, so you don't think I'm just like randomly choosing my favorite people to give the gifts to. But yeah, we'll also do it again. And if you wanted to be an entrant in the contest, again, we talked about it at the beginning of the stream. I put up the links for where you can contribute if you'd like to. Let me say thank you to the people who sent in super chats tonight. And after I do this, the troll wants to debate the 18-year-old, and what we'll do, we'll see if we can moderate a small debate here, and then we're going to wrap it up. I don't want to give the trolls too much attention, though. They're living for this. So shout out to Amy. You know, there's a lot of people I'd love to see win the mic. And like I said, you guys, after seeing like a number of people I like enter to win the mic because they'd like to be part of the thing, I'm going to have to do some more mic giveaways. And yeah, so anyhow, shout out to Amy. You know, Amy, I'd love to see her win the contest tomorrow. She did have the first entry. And we'll get it worked out, Amy, because I definitely want you to have a spot on the show. And your voice does always sound good in your streams, but tomorrow you might very well be the winner. We'll see what happens. Shout out to Open Up, always with the generosity. He says, Ryan Clark is a former NFL player. Ryan Garcia is the boxer. Don't need any prize. I'm just supporting. Thanks as always, Open Up. I appreciate that. The King of Sosa says, sign me up for that hoodie. Well, you got 2 raffle tickets on it because I said you only had to do 5 for a hoodie. Actually, these actually cost more than 50 because I remember the double XL ones cost a little bit more. I think they were they might have even been $60 to make. And then shipping. So for the guy who called in, this is a good deal for everybody. I think the total expense for me is going to be higher than what the proceeds are tonight. And again, I want to, share the wealth. Anyone wearing this hoodie is good advertising for the knowledge getting out there. Somebody might be like, what is gematria? What does that mean? I had a great conversation with a gentleman today and never heard of the word. You know, he was an accountant as well. Accountants love gematria. They're the right people to talk to about this knowledge. Eloy Garcia says, no, sign me up for that hoodie. I'll get you guys both signed up, and you guys both have 2 entries because you both put in 10. It was only a $5 contribution. All right, you got 2 entrants. You guys both got 2 tickets in the contest. Shout out to the gentleman who came on. He said, listening to Ryan Garcia interview with that clown Andrew Tate sounded scripted like a MFer. He's a Catamite for Oscar de la Hoya, who's a Luciferian. Very interesting. Yeah, I haven't even watched the interview myself, but it's just like there's nothing different about this story from the rest of the propaganda in the news. All by the numbers. Shout out to Steven. Steven, appreciate it, Steven. Paula the Kitchen Witch says, appreciate you, Zach. Hoping to find your podcast. And Paula, if you're always very generous. So if you're entering for the contest, make sure you also send over that email and let me know if are you making 4 entries for a hoodie and a book? Or are you putting in 20 for the mic? Again, make sure you guys send that email over. And I'm going to go through over all that we'll do the stream tomorrow afternoon. I'm on the West Coast. I'll finish all my sports stuff in the morning. I should be free about 1 p.m. I'll be going through. We'll get everything written down on a piece of paper. We'll cut it up and put it in the jar. And we'll have a fair drawing and see what happens. But yeah, anticipate that tomorrow afternoon. Tomorrow's Thursday. I'm guessing it's going to go off pretty close to 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 Eastern. No later than 2 p.m. Pacific, 5 Eastern. Look for that stream tomorrow. Beanblade says, give me that mic. Let's do this. Catholic Church rules the world. Straight facts. All right. Your entry definitely will be in there. Glory Boy says, number of beast, 8766. DeRozan born 8-7, scored first on the 66th day of the year. That's what we said. DeRozan had the strongest numerical connection today and was the big star. Makes a lot of sense. Nice. Those first baskets are nice payouts. Glory Boy. That was Glory Boy. Spatium Viator says, would love signed letters and numbers book. All right, you got two raffles in it. There's a number of books to give out, so pretty high chance of winning. And you know what? I'll talk to Ann and see if we can get more of these books. I'll ask Ann if we can maybe get a big stockpile of these books and then do more giveaways with the books and make some new shirts for the summer and get some more mics, and we'll do it again. Or hold on. We missed one. ABCD. Now you donated more than you needed to, so that's 3 raffle. No. It's either 6 raffle tickets or 1 for the mic and 2 for something else. So if you were donating to get in the contest, make sure you send that email too and let me know how you want your tickets divided up. Another War Machine says you signed my book and gave me the knowledge to see. Sorry, I can't give you more in return right now. Well, $10 is super generous, man. That's a great lifetime donation if that's all you ever gave. Imagine if all the people who've ever witnessed this work donated $10 one time in their life. I'd have like $1 billion. We have nowhere near that because almost nobody's even donated $1. So thank you, Another War Machine. I appreciate it. Veteran in the chat. I've recognized his avatar name for a long time. Gematria Sense, always with the generosity, says, love this channel and Truth Seekers. Appreciate that. If you want... now, they didn't donate 5, but they've donated 1 million times before. So if they want a raffle ticket, send over an email. Faith Takes You Far with the 777. There's a number. Put me down for a chance at a hoodie. You got it. And Truth Does Not Exist says, bring back on to debate Greg when DK is done. And Greg's thinking, I think I can beat him. He's only half my age. I'm not putting any money on Greg. Pretty Kitty says, keep up the great work. Thank you very much, Pretty Kitty. Let me know if you want an entry in the contest. And there are people tonight who donate on Cash App and stuff, but it's hard to leave a message. So, again, I'll go through. I'll get everything written down tomorrow after I'm done with the sports stream. And then we'll have a fair drawing. And I'll call out everybody's name so everybody knows they're donated. They're like, okay, I heard my name. I know he's not scamming me. We're going to call out everybody's name who donated. And I was trying to keep track as things came in. We're probably a little bit over $400, probably about $430 in entrance. I said I didn't want to go over 500. 430 is fine. If a few more people wanted to chip in tonight at a chance, again, you can super chat or you can do one of these. And here, to close this thing out tonight, you got a super dedicated troll. He's been spending hours of his life every single day on social media trying to attack our community, this work. He's coming with nothing but lies and nonsense and misunderstandings. And, he's making fun of the 18-year-old. He's making fun of Richard Quinn, who's also in the back room. Here, if you guys really want to have, Greg, if you're not a troll and you've just become some hater of the work for God knows what reason, again, I'm going to give you guys a second here to have your little debate and see if any good can come out of this. But you got to be fair and let you make one solid argument or point. Then the other person gets a chance to respond. I'm going to moderate. And we're actually going to let the troll go first. He's the visitor here. And the visitors bat first in baseball. And your boy grew up as a baseball player. All right, Badger. What is it? How do you want to go? How do you
Dude, I
want to
don't want to debate TD&E. He's fucking retarded. I want to fucking talk about how you're a shill.
Oh, okay.
TD&E, you retard.
Hold on. I'm going to let you go. So you can say how I'm a shill.
Okay.
Here, I'm going to give you 2 minutes. I'm going to give you 2 minutes uninterrupted to explain how I'm a shill. I'll take 1 minute if I even need that to defend myself, and then we'll let we'll even let the other people bat, and they can respond to whatever you're going to say. So go ahead. You got 2 minutes uninterrupted. I'm watching. You got the clock.
All right. So definition of a shill is a person who promotes gambling. A person who fucking sells gambling. That's the definition of a shill. For one, TD&E, the guy, the little kid that came onto my stream. The reason why I deleted that is because fucking Texas Jules was frauding the fuck out of me. And if I didn't do that, she was going to call the cops if I didn't delete the fucking video because someone doxed her information in the chat. So TD&E lied to you. And the video of me working out, you can clearly see they're 100-pound dumbbells. The kid's a retard. I don't want to debate him. He's full blown retarded, just like you are, Zach. You're a fucking retard. You can't fucking read page 196. Here, I got the fucking book right here, motherfucker, of Manly P. Hall. I got right here, page 196, that says that you're doing cryptography. And yeah, the Gematra's cryptography. Dude, Gematra's Hebrew! It's Hebrew, Zach! You're doing English cryptography. You're doing cryptograms. This is simple algebra. You're not going to beat me on this, dude. My dad's a fucking...
Page 196.
No,
hold on.
My dad's a fucking nuclear physicist.
Hold on.
I know that.
Hold on. I interrupted him at the... It's been about a minute and a half, but he's saying page 196 of Manly P. Hall's The Secret Teachings of All Ages is where he talks about the numbers. It's not true. I mean, page 190, literally what's on page 196 is right here. American Indian symbolism. American Indian symbolism is page 196. I know where the part is about numbers. It's on page 63 and 64. So it's just like, I mean, like, dude, like there might be different printings of the book and the numbers are slightly off, but 196 is almost the end of the book. 63 is Pythagorean mathematics, and just like he says here, the cipher with numerology is Pythagorean gematria, and he's got the cipher on there on page 64. So this is what I mean. Like if you listen to this troll, it's like everything he's screaming out there. It's like, dude, he's so far off the mark. Like there's no way he has any idea what he's talking about. But I mean, the book's literally right here. So I just showed you what's on what page. And Greg, you can have, I said I was going to give you 2 minutes. You've had a minute and a half. I'm going to give you a whole minute and a half. So you're going to get one bonus minute because I interrupted you. But I just had to cut you off because it was just nonsense, okay? I just had to correct the lies. So you got a minute and a half starting now.
Wrong. You're fucking wrong, dude. I got right here, fucking page 60. Page 64.
Put your camera on. Put your
You
camera
said
on.
1.5 minutes. Shut the fuck up, bitch. The Odin mysteries. The date of the founding of the Odinic mysteries is uncertain. Some writers declaring that they were established in the 1st century before Christ. Others the 1st century of Christ. Robert McCoy, 33 degrees. This is on page 64, Zach. Guess what? It's on page 209. I'm sorry. It's on page 209. Let me read page 209 to you guys real quick about the quacks fucking bullshit divination that isn't called gematria. It's actually called Pythagorean divination. It's right here on page 209. 209. There is also a system of calculation void for the English language, but its accuracy is a matter of legitimate dispute. It's modern and has a relationship either to the Hebrew Kabbalistic system to the Greek procedure. The claim made by some that is Pythagorean is not supported by any tangible evidence, and there are many reasons why such a contention is untangible. And the fact that Pythagoras used 10 as the basis of calculation, while this system uses the 9 as an imperfect number in itself, is almost inconclusive. Furthermore, the arrangement of the Greek and Hebrew letters does not agree closely enough with English.
Okay, so that's a minute and a half. And like I've always said, Manly P. Hall lays out the Pythagorean gematria cipher and says that he's not sure if it's valid or not. And the one thing he just read is also true from the book, but he also puts it into the reader's hands to do the research themselves, which is what I've always explained and which I've done since August of 2013 every day, and shown how it lines up with the news and sports and everything every day. And everyone already knows because we've called a million futures. We've called a million news stories. We document the same patterns over and over. Colorado in 38 is a perfect example. So to be like, oh, it doesn't mean anything. It's like, okay, so what are you doing? Denying the last 10 years of evidence that we've laid out every day? I mean, when I literally go watch my video from February 6th, I said, okay, we got the 38th day coming up tomorrow. Next Tuesday's 38 weeks to the election. I said, I bet any day the Supreme Court's going to weigh in on Trump in Colorado and bring him back on the ballot. Boom, very next day, 38th day of the year. That's exactly what the headline becomes. And then again, they end up overturning it. Here, again, let's pull up the calculator. Leap year, election, Colorado. Let's marvel at the 4 base ciphers. It's the exact same in all 4. Donald Trump literally came out 38 minutes after the hour to address the Supreme Court's ruling. Super Tuesday's 38 weeks into his age. All media broke the news at 8:30 a.m. Colorado time that the Supreme Court had overturned the state decision to take him off the ballot. Remember, they took him off the ballot in a 4-3 decision. And then what day does he come back? What day is he reinstated by the Supreme Court? On the 4th day of the 3rd month, the old inauguration date. And you see how Colorado's 133 and 43? I'm going to write the word homosexual in here because the first homosexual governor in the history of the nation openly is that of Colorado's, if you didn't know that. Isn't that funny? But also words like president are 133 and White House is 133 and government's 133. And again, I have the old documentation from 2015, the first time Trump took the stage at the first GOP debate. They put up on the screen, Forbes says Trump is the 133rd richest man. And we said that day, back in 2015, we said, are they telling us that Trump is going to be in the White House, The Apprentice? And it makes sense, right? Because The Apprentice is the first degree of Freemasonry, and he won the 58th election after announcing from the 58-story Trump Tower. So again, when you have this guy, who's putting these kind of memes up, the same guy who was just on the phone, he's spending his days making these memes and then making straw man arguments that, again, it's like, what is your point, Greg? We already know what's written in the book. We took the knowledge over 10 years ago and we applied it, just like how he also says in the chapter, and we've proven that there is definitely a system to it, undeniably. So here, let's let the 18-year-old weigh in on what he heard from Greg. Because I want to wrap this up, 2 minutes to respond to what Greg was saying, and then we'll go out to Richard and get his response too, since both of these guys are getting attacked by Greg as well. So what do you have to say to his argument that gematria, and for people to understand, gematria did start in Hebrew, which we've always talked about. It then became isopsephy in Greek, and it's very obvious that the numerical system was put behind the English language. So all these arguments they put are like, okay, you're like making arguments that are idiotic at the end of the day. What do you say about it?
Well, Pythagorean divination is number symbolism. It's not gematria because you're not adding letters and numbers in it. It's something completely different. Every time that they
absolutely, yeah, it's annoying because it doesn't have anything to do with the practice of coding numbers into words, which is what gematria is. So it's like, but again, you're talking to a guy who's
necromancy. It's not necromancy.
Whose highest job that he's ever had in his life is a waiter. So not the most skilled guy, not the most intelligent guy. And then his wingman, works at the gas station. So it's like these aren't two brainiacs here.
But yeah, they always bring up stuff. It's it's necromancy. That's not necromancy. Necromancy is speaking to the dead. Nobody has ever spoken to the dead in the community. What's the other one? Like, I don't even know what it is. It's just the other one's trying to predict the future with numbers. That's not what we do either. That's not the same thing. We're exposing the patterns every single day with date numerology, which date numerology has to it's not gematria in and of itself.
Here, I'll tell you who does divination. Gary the numbers guy does divination because he acts like sports aren't rigged, and he's like, because I understand the mystical side of the numbers, I know the way the games are going to work out. Gary's literally doing divination. We're over here saying, listen, they're rigging the games by these patterns, and we can expect this to happen in the future. We're not doing it like some magical, mystical way. We're saying it's rigged, and this is the system.
Derek does the same thing. He says that he doesn't think it's rigged, that, it's just a universe. And, this is funny. You were talking about the organic side earlier with somebody else, and I wanted to add this. That what's funny is, this is long before I ever did the work. This is before you even had a channel. But I used to hate my name Sebastian when I was a kid, and I always wanted that when I turned 18, the first thing that I wanted to do was change my name to Zach.
No, Sebastian's a good name, man, because it's
I'm fine with it now. I'm happy with it now, but back then when I was like 5 or 6 years old, like I hated my name and I wanted to change it to Zach.
Okay.
That was really random. But yeah, let this guy back on. He's such a liar. He's like he can't stop himself from lying. It's just so funny that
he is a very bad liar. Well, I'm gonna
he's
let
a
Richard
horrible
back
liar.
on next and see what Richard.
Hold on, let him back on. I want to hear him. I want to see him talk to me directly because I know that I know what's gonna happen.
No, he's just gonna be yelling and sounding like a weirdo.
I still want to. I can handle him. Last time I completely smoked him.
Anyone can handle him. He's just
that's
gotta
why he's like
yelling at you through the monitor.
Oh, you're only 19 years old. You're a child. Sorry, I'm not a child, and I am smarter than him. So which isn't even a very high bar.
No doubt about it, right? Yeah, it's
so
a low
it's
bar.
Like it's like trying to fight like a babe, like a toddler or something.
Sure,
like, it's just not.
Well, here I gotta let Richard get in, and then I gotta wrap this
Okay.
thing up pretty soon. So
All
it's
right.
past my bedtime. I've been up since 3 this morning. All right, what's up, Rich? What do you think about what he's babbling?
That's what it is, because what he's doing is debating just the gematria part. That's what I see. And then he's going to yell and scream and call another man a bitch over the phone. Don't call another man a bitch, man, unless you're going to show up and call him a bitch to his face.
And the other thing is, we haven't done anything to that guy. All we did was when he pretended to be a friend of the community, we helped promote his page and got him some attention. And when he told us that he was down and out, we helped raise some money for him. And then he's going to
He
come.
said he's attacked me. When's he attacked me? Who's Greg?
You're not paying attention to what they're doing, but they talk about you a lot, Richard. Here, let me just scroll up to one of his more recent artworks. I mean, most of them are about me. There he's attacking Sebastian, but look, here's one about you.
I can't see it, I think, because I'm on StreamYard, but
Snap. Hold on. It's because I don't have the right screen up. Now you'll see it.
I'll go look. Please do show me. To Greg or whoever out there, I'm not just going to show gematria. I'm going to show how ritualistic people use numbers, dates on the calendar, numerology, and gematria. I'm going to show you major events that are staged and pre-planned. That's you guys are just debating Jack with the specific gematria every day when there's way more. And I keep saying this, but people like Cuts and Greg, they're too busy not listening. They don't listen at all. So it's pointless to even debate them in the first place, because all they're going to do is he just showed it.
For trolls just meant to make like false arguments that aren't good arguments. They're just disingenuous arguments. To keep saying it's only Hebrew, that's bullshit. Again, it started in Hebrew. It went to Greek. Where's the logical conclusion that they couldn't do the same thing with English?
Mm-hmm. Well, they also stole it, right? Gematria and all that. Didn't they steal it from
Templars? After the Crusades, the Templars brought back all this knowledge from that part of the world. And again, I mean, that's the story that I read, is that the Catholic Church got their hands on it, and that's when they started to refer to it as the Cabal.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. And I don't.
Yeah, so you could say it was stolen. They got it through.
So
warfare.
if they stole it, they could have made it. They made it their own. But we've shown too much stuff to. I mean, for over and over for 8 years, there's too many things with numbers that line up. So, I mean, I could probably think of 20 examples right now, but again, they're not even going to listen. So what's the point? So you can't have a debate with these people.
Can you see these memes that he's spending his time making up here on the screen, Richard?
No, I'm going to turn my phone sideways so I can see it better.
See, like he made this one with your face on it. I mean.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. So
handsome guy right there.
Yeah.
What's that meme say? Oh, dicks, 3 dicks.
Yeah.
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 Like I said, let me know when you get to Fort Wayne, motherfuckers, and say that to my face and see what happens. That's all I can say. You want to threaten to put me in a wood chipper? Like Cuts, when this first started, he was having a bad day.
The trolls don't show up in the flesh, so they live on.
They don't, man.
Yeah.
But here's the reason I got back on the on the studio. It had nothing to do with the trolls until the perfect timing. And when I showed up, then you mentioned they talk shit about me, but that's contact me on Facebook. But Zach, I PayPal you, once a month, and I've heard of the fake Zachary K. Hubbard PayPal. I want to make sure that I'm sending to the right PayPal. I entered the contest.
PayPal from you. I don't think I've seen a PayPal from you, so you might be sending it to the fake one. Yeah, there's so many scammers out there and people who've done all sorts of devious things. And
Can you check? Can you check real quick and see if you just got a PayPal from me? Because I entered the contest.
You just now sent it?
About 15 minutes ago. I've sent a few, I'm probably 10 for like my $1 a month and stuff. If you don't have one, I wonder.
Well, if there's not one in here, I'll
And you
double
can
check it
verify if it's an old, maybe it's an old one you don't use no more.
I'll put an entry in there for you. You're a longtime donor and supporter, so I'll get that figured out. That's the trolls and scammers, man. Do you want to ask this guy? He's like acting like a weirdo down in the backstage room. Do you want to ask him why he's taking time out of his day to make fun of you and memes?
Yeah, bring somebody on, but it's skipping right.
There he is. Richard's cutting out.
Hello. What's going on, page 359? Let's find that out, Zach, about cryptography and cryptograms. You ready? You ready, Zach, on your own book that you said that you found gematria? Even though everything that you're doing isn't in the book of Manly P. Hall, nor is it even in the Philosophical Research Society. Are you ready? And Richard Quinn, I know that you're cucking for Zach. I know you suck his cock. I know you want to get fucked in the ass by him or some shit. Like, it's kind of gay, dude. Like,
No,
is that
seriously.
right?
Now, seriously, I mean, wasn't he coming across a little bit as like a guy that hangs out in the Castro in the Bay Area? I was picking up on some vibes there because that's why I noticed when I listen to his streams, he's always talking about like gay stuff. And I'm just like, and then
Who is that? He looks familiar. Is that the guy that got arrested?
Yeah, he's the guy with 3 DUIs. He's the same troll. He's the same one that's making the memes about you. So, but yeah, I mean, I was just kind of really picking up on a big gay vibe there, and then he accused you of being gay. It's just like,
Well, of course, yeah, but I mean, everybody knows that's not true, man. So, I mean, I've been in arguments with you before, and I don't back down, and you don't back down. I'm here. I'm not here because I have a crush on Zach. I'm here because I stand up.
it's so obvious. It's just like in such denial. He was just like, he was putting off all kinds of gay vibes. And then it's just like, no way, dude. You can't accuse him of being gay the way you're acting.
Is that the guy named Greg right there?
It is. Yeah.
So
That's
Greg,
Gregory
Greg.
Wayne Abbott, if you want to look him up in Florida, Gregory Wayne Abbott, you can look him up. He's got 3 DUIs. You'll know you found the right profile because his page comes up. He's a danger to the roads.
Make a special trip to Fort Wayne, Indiana, Greg, and then message me and let me know when you arrive and call me gay to my face. That's all I'm going to say about that, man. You're fucking pussy when you got to say, call me gay, and then I suck dick over the phone. You got some money in your pocket?
Yeah.
Come on up to Fort Wayne. Just come on up to Fort Wayne.
If there's anybody out in Florida that's looking for a closeted gay man who just needs some loving and better things to do at night so he doesn't have to make memes about people he doesn't know, Gregory Wayne Malbon in Florida. He's looking for a male lover, clearly. He just put it all on display for us. So.
What was his name on YouTube? I think that's how I knew his name.
Podcast, which also sounds kind of gay. Yeah. So
yeah, I remember that guy. I went on his show. He used to support me, and he followed your work. And then all of a sudden, he just went south one day. So obviously, he got mad at you, Zach. So all the stuff he used to believe, now you don't believe now because he don't like you. That's what it seems like to me. It's just stupidiness.
Well,
so
I gotta be honest. I
you
really
promoted.
He was a troll because I always noticed the videos he put out on his channel, even though he acted like he wanted to be around the community, it was just always really negative and just so I always knew something was wrong with that guy.
Well, I mean, my experience was though that he believed in all this stuff, and I know I shouldn't use the word believe because it's true. And then he got mad at you because you didn't make it down to Florida when we went to New York, if that's accurate. So I don't know, man. I don't think he's a troll. I just think he's one of those people that follow your work for a while, then they begin to think they're smarter than you. And I've came across a lot of people that end up doing that. So
Indeed.
I think he's just an asshole, man.
Yeah.
Because I remember going on his show, and he promoted all this. So how do you go from something you believe in to all of a sudden, no, none of it's true? That doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't. But I think
That's
just
about it, man. But you were cut.
About him. So he's down there.
You were
with
cutting
Travis
out when you were
man.
explaining to me about the paper.
I'm just saying, I just found it so curious how gay he just was, and then he accused you of being gay. It was so obvious, and I'm just thinking, oh God, he's down there with Travis too, who's also very gay, and Travis has been like literally stalking me every day since 2015. His whole life is surrounded around stalking me. Who does that unless they're gay? And then we all got to hear Travis's voice about a year ago, and he has a big old fat lisp. And
maybe that's why he's mad you didn't make it down to Florida.
Exactly. He had other plans. It was never about John. Yeah.
Zach, one last thing, and I'll get off here. I know it's getting late. When you were explaining to me about what you've seen on PayPal, it was actually the internet was cutting in and out. So did you see nothing?
I'll go through it, but I don't see a notification right now. Like I was scrolling through and I see 2 other PayPal notifications. It could be there, but
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to send you a screenshot of the receipt and a show, and you'll know if that's you or not.
I'm going to put you in for an entry regardless. And
well, that's fine. It ain't about that. I want to make sure I'm not sending money all this time to someone that's not you.
Sure. No, I get that too. I'll open up the app when I'm done and put in the password and all that. It takes a second, but I just see the details, so we'll get it
very
figured out.
good. Well, I'm going to send to your text. I'm going to send a receipt copy so you can say, hey, that's me or that's not me.
Okay. We'll get it figured out. All right.
Thanks, man.
Appreciate it, Rich.
Have a good night.
Yeah. Have a good night. All right. It's crazy, man. Bringing the troll on has made the ratings go up, but people just live for drama. They're like, who cares about knowledge? We want drama. We want more of that gay troll. All right, I can only take so much of this guy, but just it seems like there's an audience for him. Here he is.
If you're getting money, you have to pay me because you have an LLC. If you don't pay me, you're breaking a law that's called a felony, Mr. Zachary K. Hubbard. You're getting money on my behalf. That's a felony. How many felonies can I predict right now that Zachary K. Hubbard commits? It's actually a felony to promote gambling in the state of Washington under an LLC. That's a Class C felony. I actually sent that to you.
Okay. Greg, it's also clear to me tonight. It really is also clear to me tonight. I never connected that. I didn't realize how gay you were until just watching you tonight. It all makes perfect sense now.
Wait. The guy who's sitting there, who's skinny as fuck, when I've got this, and you got nothing. With your pussy ass fucking gym,
there's gay
with that
lumberjack.
pussy ass gym, you're a bitch. I would fucking wreck you in the gym. Let's go. Let's do a gym off, bitch. Every fucking workout. Hey, you can pick too. I'll do every fucking one. Man. You vegan little pussy. Let's go. Come on.
Okay, I can't take it anymore. It's I understand it all now, man. He is so gay. Oh my God. Spends a lot of time in the gym to check out the boys. Man. No, I mean, the gay stereotype isn't true about all gay guys. I mean, there's gay guys who you would never know they were gay. They don't come across as effeminate at all, but But we can't say that about Greg. He comes across as very gay. I remember Greg talking a while back about how he hadn't been with a woman in like years. I'm like, now it's all starting to make sense. It's weird to not be with a woman in years when you're in your mid-30s. My God, how many dudes have you been with? Someday, Greg, your whole life makes so much sense to me now. You're like obsessed with a man. You're up late at night obsessing about this man, making sexual memes about him. You're making memes of other dudes in the middle of the night. Haven't been with a woman in years. Okay, Greg, just come out and be honest. Move out to San Francisco, man. The boys will be flocking those biceps. My God. My God. I mean, that haircut, just everything. The way he was dancing around, just prancing around. It's just like, oh my God, dude. You're off the scales kind of gay, dude. Come out of the closet. Are you living with your dad or your sugar daddy? I thought I heard him say he was living with his daddy. Maybe he meant it was his sugar daddy. Come here, Gregory. It's enough with the memes. Daddy needs a little sucky, Greggy. I really am thinking about starting another podcast called The Travesty, where I do the Travis character. You guys seem to like that. Greg can be a recurring guest on that one. I might have to send Greg a microphone yet. I'm starting to wonder about your wingman, Aaron, too. What is Aaron? You know, Cut spells his name E-R-I-N, but claims to be a guy. That's also weird. That's his wingman, it's like. You know, Travis is into ladies with shticks, and Greg's into dudes with, or is it ladies with nuts? How's it work? I don't want to think about it. He's not here anymore. He's not here anymore. Truth does not exist. We got to wrap this up. Truth does not exist. I mean, you're a young guy with less life experience, but were you picking up on the gay vibes?
Definitely. I mean, my uncle would definitely be all over him. I have a gay uncle, and he's like jacked, and like his boyfriend's jacked, and like, you know, they're from Miami. You know, I mean,
yeah, he was trying to hide that he was gay because he has biceps. It's like, come on, man.
That's like the opposite. That's like the opposite. Oh, look, here he is. He's back in here.
He's not.
He just posted something in the chat.
He's not in here.
But he keeps, it's funny in the chat. He's like, I'll debate him. I'll do it right now. And then once you're going to bring me on, he's like, I'm not going to debate a child. He's a child. He's literally a child. And he'll just repeat that over and over and over and over again. I'll say something. He'll just repeat that over and over and over again. Dude, what is wrong with you? And then like he tried to like, because I used to have an emo girlfriend, and like I'm into emo girls and goth girls and all that stuff. And like he was like, oh, well, you just have low self-esteem. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Low self-esteem. That's my preference. I like that. It's not like as if I don't have a choice. And that's like, oh no, I'm desperate. That's what I like. That's what I go after. So it's like, just the lunacy of him is just hilarious. And he's making all these memes with like me, and like he'll spend like hours making these animations of me like at night, and it's like, what is wrong with him? I mean, yeah.
Well, you're 18 now, so you're legal, and you're in the same
19.
state. Be careful.
I'm 19 now, but yeah.
Oh, you're 19. Happy birthday. When did you turn 19?
September.
Oh, okay, a while ago. Okay, I gotta get caught
it's
up.
been a while.
18 forever in my book. All right.
But yeah, it's hilarious to watch him just completely fail at the debate. And last time that I debated him, I destroyed him, and he just keeps lying about it. It's so funny watching him lie every single time that he just like the thing with the weights. He was lifting these 15-pound weights, and now he's like, oh, they were 50 pounds. No, you could see the lift.
He's a stronger guy. No, he does. I'll give him his credit. I mean, that's the one thing he has going for himself. He is strong, but
not mentally.
He's got a lot of things to work on. That's for sure. And Greg, just come out of the damn closet, man. You just made it so obvious tonight, prancing around with your little fruity haircut. Come on, man.
and the like Metro, he's got like the Metro cut of his beard and everything. I mean, dude, come on, man.
It all makes sense now, Greg. I remember when you said I haven't been with a girl for years. I got it. I was thinking, that's weird, man, to be your age and that long. Damn, that's
I know. I thought I told him the same thing when I debated him.
Yeah.
He's like, he's
I
there
gotta
like,
be honest, and all the time he's been trolling stuff, I just didn't realize how gay he was until tonight. It was just boom.
and his name,
Huge-
the vibrator.
Exactly,
basically.
the truth vibrator, he'd call himself, and I was like, "My God, what were you doing with vibrators? Don't even tell us, Greg."
Yeah, and it's like it's funny that when I was watching him in the last debate, like he was just like there drinking alone. It's like, man, what a sad, pathetic person. It's like he's here drinking alone, talking about some other guy who's like probably like, you know, having some fun with his lady, and he's here at night alone there, you know, oh Zach, he's like all drunk and alone. It's like, man, this guy's like really pathetic, you know. And then he's like right next to Travis, you know, out in the same region of Florida. I don't know what's going on in the East Coast of Florida.
Well, you know what else
you
is
know.
interesting is, so, you know, yeah, right, the Matrix, who's part of this troll group, he went on that cross-country trip with Will, who's openly gay, and then they meet down in Florida with Angel Baby, who also hangs out with Greg. So I'm thinking, and then Travis is in there with them, and I'm like, okay, there's a lot of gay guys in this group too.
I don't want to know what goes on with all those people together.
There's something really odd going on here. A lot of
Yeah.
gay trolls in Florida.
Yeah, and it was funny. I was in Anomalies chat posting stuff again about like Gematria and whatever. He just like totally ignored it. It was funny watching him. He's like, Zach is such an asshole, and oh no, it's like they all. I love how they all have to say the same thing. They have to say how terrible of a person you are, even though I've literally never seen you attack anybody unprovoked. And like whenever you're trying to get on these people's things, you don't attack them. You're like nice to them and you're normal to them. And it's like, he thinks that his work is so much better. It's like, dude, you're here reading fucking news headlines. Of course his work is better. But it's just, I'm not for all those vibes. Like just like that stupid like fake positivity. I hate that. I hate people like that. They're such frauds. And then the God bless t-shirt, and then like high impact flicks, and just all those people are just like the same like salesman, fake positive, you know, Christian type people. You know, and then you know who else you got on the East Coast of Florida? You got Joseph Living Waters, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Living Waters.
Yeah, something tells me none of his kids are his own. So,
yeah.
Anyway.
Maybe they're
all right, I
Greg's.
got to wrap this thing up.
Yeah.
But, appreciate all your help. You have a good night,
All
buddy.
right. Yeah, see you. Bye.
All right, yeah. We'll leave it there. Again, thank you to everyone who supported the work tonight. And if you do want to get in on the contest, chance to win some hoodies, some books, and again, the big entry is the microphone. And we're going to do this again. I hope in a couple months time, we'll have gotten at least 5 microphone winners, and we'll be doing some regular podcasts and getting some good regular guests on, and we'll have some nice audio quality. And, yeah, if you guys also have an idea for the mics I should be giving away, everyone swears by this Blue Yeti. So, and then you can do all kinds of things with it, and you can have 2 people. So I thought that'd be a good one for a giveaway, because it's kind of like the one-shot mic that does a lot of things. You can even do voice effects. So anyhow, we'll leave it there. Again, thank you to everyone who supports the work. If we can get the Patreon way back up this year, I can convince Sweet Lady to get back on the road. I'm having the vision that it's going to be way back up by the time Inauguration Day rolls around, and we'll make that trip that's long overdue to D.C. and try and wake up that city, confront some Congress people. I feel like if I go to D.C., though, I'm never going to leave. I'm just going to be there till the whole world wakes up. So, all right, Jason D. Yeah. Send me an email. We'll see how many entrants we got for the hoodie. Again, it's a 2XL. That's the problem with the hoodies, that they're oversized 2XLs. They've been hiding in a box. It was the only one I didn't sell out of. All right, you guys, we will leave it there for tonight. Thank you again to everyone who hits the like and the share. And again, we stream this thing on Twitter tonight, as well as Gematria Effect Sports and Gematria Effect News 25 on YouTube. So have a great rest of your evening, your day. And until next time, True Seeker.